Okay, Mr. Chair, going live in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum, I'm calling this meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order at 10 a.m. on April 7th, 2022. This meeting is being recorded. I want to start by thanking Matt, Grace, and Haley for prepping for and producing this meeting, and I also want to welcome Kate Flanagan to our production team for today's meeting. I'll make a brief opening comment, and then I'll allow my fellow commissioners to make comments as well before we go into the agenda. Aside from our public meeting today, there's a lot going on. I just wanted to make reference to, starting with, Tiger Woods is playing the Masters, teeing off at 10:30 a.m. this morning. I do feel, unfortunately, that we are not going to be done, however, by 10:30 to watch that. So we'll have to watch it on tape. But that's a big deal. Obviously, baseball season is opening today, and that's a big deal, although the Red Sox, Yankees have already been postponed, and I guess they're starting tomorrow, hopefully, if it warms up and stops raining. The U.S. Senate is voting on the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. I don't know what time. Anybody know what time that is today? But that's obviously a pretty major event. And then, oh yes, the Massachusetts Senate is taking up a piece of legislation along with 33 proposed amendments, which would, among other things, create a social equity fund, provide clarity around host community agreements, and provide a technical fix around social consumption. I am certainly not making any predictions or declaring victory, but I do want to thank the Senate for all of the attention they paid to this matter, all the energy they put into it, for meeting with myself and my fellow commissioners and listening to our arguments in favor of this legislation, as well as giving us the opportunity to answer questions or address concerns. So thank you to the Senate, to Chairs Donahue and Cheng Diaz from the Joint Cannabis Policy Committee, as well as all the other members of that committee. And if the legislation is to pass, I want to, thank the House as well for their consideration they'll give to this legislation. I also want to thank my fellow commissioners and Matt Giamatti. As I just mentioned, we spent a lot of time over the last month meeting with pretty much, I don't know if every member of the Senate, but certainly a significant percentage of them, talking about the bill and its importance, answering questions, addressing concerns. And I think it was a full team effort amongst the commission to do that outreach. And while, again, I'm not declaring victory, I certainly think that we have advanced the cause significantly. And I guess I have my fingers crossed as the day goes on. So that's it in terms of my opening comments. As I mentioned last month, I want to flip the order so that Commissioner Stebbins doesn't have to say, well, I agree with everything that was said before me. So Commissioner Stebbins, if you wouldn't mind leading off the commission comments.
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chair, and I think you have baseball on your mind because you referred to Matt as Matt Giamatti, but
I did. I am so sorry, Matt. I do know your last name is Giancola, but yes, Bart Giamatti does hold a special place in my heart. So thank you for that. Thanks for correcting me on that, Commissioner.
We'll correct that in the minutes, but no, I just simply want to thank obviously the team for all their work in preparing today's meeting material. I know, I like to refer to it as #meeting-week, but thank the staff for being available to answer questions. Thanks, Sabiel, for helping me prepare the minutes. Just want to reflect, I had a chance to attend the NECAN conference since our last meeting. I know the executive director participated on a panel, and I was pleased to join Commissioner Camargo and Chief GB, Jacobs, Lee, and others. It was an interesting conference, and it was great to walk the trade floor and really see the product and technology innovation that's coming into the industry. So in addition to all the points you just raised, Mr. Chair, about today, those are the opening comments that I have. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy meeting day, everyone. And I also want to thank the staff for always helping us get prepared for these meetings and the work that they do every day and all month long. And I also want to wish happy birthday to Chairman Hoffman and Commissioner Concepcion. I have birthdays coming up, and they share the same day, I believe I saw. So happy birthday to you and all of our April birthdays at the Commission. Last month, I spoke about public health issues, consumer safety, responsible use, the dangers of home extraction, and cannabis poisonings with our youth. And I just want to thank the comms team because April is a big month in the cannabis space, 420, and I want to commend them for their new social media campaign, which is hashtag 420 safety, which talks about all of those important public safety issues. So I encourage anyone to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram as we post new material, and I also will be speaking about that in the coming months. I also want to thank my colleagues on the commission, as Mr. Chairman said, for all of your robust legislative outreach. This is our new policy, and we've really hit the ground running with legislative outreach. I want to thank all the legislators that I was personally able to meet with, both House Ways and Means and the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy. And as the chairman mentioned, this is a very important day as the Senate is debating the omnibus bill. And I especially want to thank Senators Tarr, O'Connor, and Keenan for their focus on public health. And finally, I always tend to focus on medical a lot, being in the public health seat. And today we will be recognizing our first registered physician assistant as a provider. This is the first one in the Commonwealth. As I've mentioned in the past, the ratio is really skewed. We have about 100,000 certified medical patients and 394 providers. So we just added another provider today, a physician's assistant, and I just wanted to recognize that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, happy birthday to you as well. I won't ask your age if you don't ask mine, okay?
I promise. I agree. And thank you, Commissioner Roy. That was so nice of you. Happy birthday to my birthday twin, Chairman Hoffman. So I want to start off just by thanking the students at New England Law Boston and the Cannabis Law Society for inviting me to speak there this past Tuesday. Many of you might know that that's my law school alma mater, and it's one of the only law schools in the country, and I believe the only school in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to have a cannabis law society. And one of the questions that the students asked was, how was I introduced to cannabis law? So I'll keep this brief, but I told them a little bit about my time on Beacon Hill, particularly in 2016, early 2017, when question 4 was passed by the voters, and the legislature was charged with developing its statutory implementation. It sounds like it's a little bit closer to now, but just to kind of give some more context to it, this was before the Cannabis Control Commission existed, and it was also the time where I met one of the former commissioners when she was a legal advocate, who was pushing question 4 as well. So as an attorney in the Senate, I had to figure out what laws were already on the books here in Massachusetts and what needed to be created to ensure that people with prior cannabis records, whether that be convictions or other types of dispositions, were not being barred from this new budding industry. And this work eventually evolved into the Commonwealth's eventual expungement process that was developed later on in 2018. So although there were new processes that were developed, and both the current and former commissioners have done, in my opinion, a lot to create an equitable cannabis industry, there are some barriers that still exist, and we can only do as much as the law permits. So I wanted to sort of echo the chairman and extend my gratitude to the legislature for hearing us here at the commission and advancing a bill that addresses a lot of our priorities, including host community agreements, social consumption, and the creation of a social equity fund. As we all know, the Senate is slated to debate the overall bill today and consider language that would further remove barriers to employment for those with criminal records. As the public safety seat, I continue to be committed to measuring any collateral consequences that continue to exist in the cannabis industry, and also ensuring that above all else, public safety is still maintained. So again, thank you to our counterparts on Beacon Hill for their thoughtfulness, and I think I can speak for us all that we look forward to what's to come.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo.
Commissioner Stebbins, I know how you feel now when you go last. Actually, what's really nice about going last is that I can just say ditto to everyone. And first of all, thank you to our team, to our staff, our leadership for preparing us for today's meeting. And to everyone who gets involved, these meetings are a full production behind the scenes. So I just want to say thank you. And Chairman, I echo a lot of the comments that you had this morning. For someone like me, who's always looking to create access and opportunities for others, I'm really excited, and I will say this publicly, optimistic about today's Senate hearing. And I'm really looking forward to hearing just good news in real time. Anyone out there who's on Twitter or Instagram, feel free to send me real-time information on today's hearings. I'll be listening and looking out for stuff. I'm really excited to just hear what will happen today with our social equity fund. I think we all know that this will allow public and private dollars to be funneled into a fund that will help so many entrepreneurs who don't have regular access to banks or small business loans. And I think that'll be really helpful. As we all know, Massachusetts was the first state to have an equity mandate. So I hope that our legislators find a pathway to victory today. And like always, and again, thank you to our staff and good luck everyone on today's meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll keep juggling the order so that nobody has to go last on a regular basis. But anyway, thanks for all those comments. And since I'm closing the comment section of the meeting, ditto to everything that my fellow commissioners just said. Let's go through the agenda. Next up, we have one set of minutes for approval from our last meeting, March 10th. My thanks, as always, to Commissioner Stebbins, Secretary of the Commission, as well as to Christopher Smith for preparing the minutes. So thank you for that. We'll have our usual exciting executive director's report with, I'm sure, a couple of new slides. So I'm looking forward to that. With respect to licensing, our normal categories, we have, I think, 6 changes of ownership, a large number of renewals, final licenses, and provisional licenses. You'll notice when we get into that section that, based upon staff recommendations, we've changed the lettering/numbering system for the rosters in each of these categories. I think people got tired of hearing me say quadruple zero or triple B. So I think we have a new and improved numbering system that will hopefully help everybody follow us as we go through the rosters of licenses. We have many topics for commission discussion and votes. I'll just cover them quickly, and then obviously we'll spend more time later on in the meeting. We have one RBT vendor renewal to consider. We are going to continue talking about the regulatory process and timeline, continuation of conversations we've had over several meetings, and based upon some work that our executive director and general counsel did with each of the commissioners, they have a proposal about how to get started, or a process that we'll consider and discuss. We are going to talk about guidance for direct and indirect control based upon work that Commissioner Stebbins and I have led with several staff members, and I'll reference them all personally when we get to that section. This has been an ongoing issue for the commission. Control is a very complex topic, one that does not have a legal definition. So we have tried through regulations and now through guidance to provide as much clarity as we can about our definitions of direct and indirect control, and we'll talk about that. We want to do an update. We've all referenced, or most of us referenced in our opening comments, the legislative outreach process, and I think it's worked well. I don't want to declare victory, as I said, but certainly we've seen the legislation that was referred to by each of my fellow commissioners advance further than it has in any previous session of the legislature, and I think that our outreach program certainly contributed to that. But like any new program, I think that we've learned from experience, and there are a couple of tweaks we'd like to suggest. And Commissioner Concepcion, myself, and Matt have been working on that. We'll talk about that. And then finally, and I'm not sure that this is fair, but nonetheless, we are going to provide an executive summary, or Commissioner Stebbins is going to provide an executive summary of the executive director's performance evaluation that was performed recently. It's a process that we talked about at a previous meeting, and is a change from previous year's processes. I think an improvement from previous year's processes, but I wanted to just at the very beginning extend my apologies to Executive Director Collins. Being reviewed, having a performance review conducted in public, it's daunting, and Sean has taken this constructively with good grace, and I just wanted to say thank you and appreciate this a difficult situation, but and also want to thank Commissioner Stebbins for his leadership in creating and driving a new and improved process. So that's it. And then we'll obviously talk about upcoming meetings and adjourn so that we can all figure out what happened and all the other things that were going on today that we've referred to. That being said, let's go to the first agenda item. Last thing. My anticipation is that this meeting will be a little bit longer than the last couple of months. Hopefully not a marathon, but a little bit longer. So we'll take a late morning break at an appropriate time, and then probably I think it's going to be necessary to take a lunch break, because I think we will go for a little bit after lunch. But as always, any of my fellow commissioners need a break, just raise your hand virtually or with the arrow, and we'll take a break as necessary. Okay, first order of business then is minutes for approval. Again, my thanks to Commissioner Stebbins and Christopher Smith. The minutes that are up for consideration and approval are from March 10th, 2022, our last meeting. Can I ask my fellow commissioners, have you had an opportunity to review these minutes? Do you have any questions or suggested changes to the minutes? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you make a motion, please, to approve the minutes from our meeting on March 10th, 2022?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the minutes from March 10th, 2022 by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you, and we're done. Mr. Executive Director, I just saw your screenshot pic just show up, so I presume you're ready for your moment in the sun?
Let's hope so.
Okay, well, please go ahead. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Of course. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As usual, I'll begin with an update from our licensing portal and provide some data insight and what it might be telling us as far as the things that we're monitoring and certainly checking upon from month to month. And then I'll give you some insight year over year as well. So early highlights just for your consideration are that there's 15 applications that are awaiting their initial review. These are applications, of course, that our staff has not yet dug into to evaluate either their status as priority, expedited, or general. There's also 15 applications before you for your consideration today. There are 34 applications that have in fact been reviewed by our staff, were reopened for one purpose or another, and have since been resubmitted to the commission for consideration. And again, that's a supplemental review that's already would be a second, third, or fourth review from the agency staff. There's 98,382 certified active patients with our medical use of marijuana program. And I bring this last bullet here to your attention because I believe it is a milestone, which is we now have one registered physician assistant with the medical use of marijuana program. So one is certainly not enough. It's lonely, but it's progress nonetheless, and wanted to highlight it for your consideration.
Thank you.
This next slide is a very high level view of our portal, and it does demonstrate the overall application volume that is either pending or being built out in one way, shape, or form. You see here that 85% of those applications have either been withdrawn or incomplete. A while back, we did talk about our opportunity to, I describe it as purging that system a bit, but we do want to make sure we provide folks ample notice that they're able to finish their application, especially these incomplete ones, before we actually do anything to remove that record from our files. But it is obviously skews the data a bit, demonstrating that 85% is actually not in any way pending before us. Similarly, another 10% is also not pending, but that's because the commission has considered those applications and in fact approved them. So really our workload is in more than the order of magnitude of those 244 that are in fact pending.
Thank you.
This slide here is the total number of licenses that have been approved by category. You see there's 1,074. I just want to call your attention to the delivery license types here, which is delivery operator has now surpassed delivery courier as far as volume. So there's certainly significant interest in that delivery operator license. This is the second month. In fact, I just went back and checked my own information here. This is the second month that delivery operator has now overtaken courier as a sought after license type. This next slide is those licenses and that they have been approved by the commission and where they stand by stage. So you see here that about 30% of the total applications that have been approved by the commission have in fact commenced their operations. So they've now begun full operations. Another 127 applications have been provisionally approved. The distinction between that and a provisional license is that they've just not yet paid their license fee. I believe they have 90 days to complete that transaction. And there's 51 final licenses. And the importance there is that those folks are on the final cusp of being able to open their doors and commence their operations. Just for year-over-year data, this is actually an increase of 157 entities have now, an additional 157 entities have commenced their operations since April of last year. So year-over-year, an increase of 157.
Why don't you pause for a second here, if you wouldn't mind, Sean? I've gone through a lot of information already. Any questions or comments before Sean moves on? Okay, then go ahead, please, Mr. Executive Director.
This next slide here does demonstrate a bit of our workflow. So as I noted, our applications are either awaiting their first review, there's 15 that are still pending that initial review. We've reopened 181 applications. Those are applications that, for one reason or another, again, it could be needs to update the positive impact plan or diversity plan, additional information is needed for clarity on the lease information or the property interest. Again, there could be any number of reasons we would reopen an application. And to be clear, we review the application in its entirety. We don't find something and then stop reviewing. We review in its entirety and issue a notice, a request for information that demonstrates every item that must be updated or clarified in order for us to deem the application complete. There's 181 that fall into that category. Third-party responses, the 33 number here, that's either the background check or the municipal response. So that's confirmation from the city or town within which the entity intends to be located as far as their compliance with local zoning and bylaws. And as I noted, there's 15 before you today for your consideration. This slide here is the status that applications have enjoyed as far as how we review them and where they fall into our queue. You see here that there's 255 entities or applications that have utilized the MTC priority status. I'll observe that that's actually been pretty stagnant month over month as of late, which indicates to me that those existing medical operators have either converted or sought a co-located license, or they haven't. And so that's a number that I don't see a lot of activity on month over month. Where we do see a lot of activity month over month, year over year, is in the expedited review category, which is now at 515. That's an increase of 234 applications over last year. And again, it's based on either the license type, which could be outdoor cultivation, micro business, independent testing lab, et cetera. It could be social equity participant, could be DBE, which is women, minority, or veteran-owned businesses as confirmed or considered by the Supplier Diversity Office, or in some cases, 2 or more categories. This slide here is something that we do track pretty regularly, and there is interesting progress here, I have to acknowledge. So last year, you see here the total is 40.1% of our applications that have been approved by the commission fall into one of these categories: economic empowerment priority status, social equity program participant, or DBE status. Last year in April, that number was 30%. So that's a jump of about 10% year over year. A lot of the activity does fall into the DBE category, not surprisingly. We're also seeing a lot of social equity program participants come through the doors. And I think a lot of that is obviously due to the license types that are available and exclusively available to SEP or EEA participants or applicants. And again, I think this is a slide that we continue to monitor month over month just to see progress. And again, you want to see folks trend downward in this table here to get to their commence operations. So we're still seeing a heavy concentration at that provisional license phase and not so much at the commence operations phase.
Thanks. Again, if you wouldn't mind pausing, Mr. Executive Director, any questions or comments? And go ahead, please.
So the next 2 slides are ones that I pulled forward from the back of the deck, right? And so all of these slides are available in their entirety, including slides that are also data pulls from the Mass Cannabis Industry Portal. And from time to time, month to month, I want to call your attention to certain data that I'm seeing that is certainly compelling or interesting to me, or does tell a bit of a story. And here I wanted to just flag, there's 2 slides of importance that I wanted to bring to yours as well as the public's attention, which is we do track demographics of agents in the industry. So these are employees of facilities across Massachusetts. And we're seeing here that 63.3% of our agents in Massachusetts identify as male, and 36% identify as female. So I want to just call your attention to that, which again is something that we do gather and collect upon the registration of a marijuana establishment agent. And these are folks that are hired by facilities.
Have you seen any change in this over time? Like you've referenced some year-over-year changes in other categories. Have you seen any change here?
Anecdotally, no, but I can certainly go back and do that confirmation. But anecdotally, no.
Thank you.
And similarly, as far as demographics, you'll see that 70% of agents identify as being white. And again, I think this is something that, as certainly as we look at a lot of our work through an equity lens, this is a slide that I certainly want to pay attention to and monitor the effectiveness of some of our programming, but also make sure that we're being honest with ourselves in the industry as far as what we're seeing. So this next slide, and I have to admit it's already a bit stale, but that's okay. That's what happens with live data when you pull it. And the big number that is stale is, of course, since our last meeting, we now have our first delivery operator active and having commenced operations here in Massachusetts. So that number that's highlighted as 0 is in fact 1. And you see there were 2 final licenses, so now that number is in fact 1. And obviously something we'll continue to monitor as far as their progress toward commencing their operations as well. So of course that significantly, and I do have a slide later on, we can talk a bit more about it, that does trigger the 3-year exclusivity period. So in fact, the clock is now ticking on the 3-year window, the 36-month window. So other data here that I want to just call your attention to very quickly. You see here that there's 3 provisional licenses as well as 1 provisionally approved craft marijuana cooperative, wanting to see those folks advance to a final license phase. You see here that there's also 7 marijuana couriers that have commenced their operations. We have 10 independent testing labs that are open and operating here in Massachusetts, and no final licenses, which obviously implies that that number could be stagnant for a bit, but it's also a good volume based on what we have for operating cultivation and product manufacturing. You see here I highlighted number 20 and the final licenses for marijuana cultivators. That is your supply chain that is on the way, so to speak. Those are folks that have built their facilities and are now able to introduce plants into their facilities so that they could be hitting the supply chain relatively quickly. Relatedly, you have 1 final license for marijuana micro business, as well as 6 that are commenced their operations, 207 retailers, as well as another 160 provisional licenses. So you see there could be some movement there in the coming months. So again, this is a data dense slide. I think that's a good thing. It does tell some stories across the industry.
Comments, questions? Commissioner Roy.
It really does. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director, because if I was curious, so I added up just looking at supply chain, the product manufacturers, the micro businesses, and the cultivators. So basically 150 entities is what fills our supply chain in the Commonwealth.
Sure.
So thank you.
Other questions or comments?
And I should note too, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Roy, that those 150 entities are now flowing through 10 labs. And so we do have really high and strict standards, and having that bandwidth is certainly a benefit now that did not exist in the Commonwealth over the past, let's say, 3 years or so. So credit to our staff, of course, for getting folks through this process, but also credit to the folks that are investing here in Massachusetts to build out what is an expensive operation. Independent testing labs are incredibly expensive to build out, incredibly complex to build out, and something that we're going to continue paying attention to, especially on our staffing levels as well.
So if I could follow up, and then Commissioner Roy, after that, if I could follow up on that, Mr. Executive Director. So there's 10 more in the queue, provisionally approved or provisionally licensed. I guess 1 more that is pending. Sure. What's your perspective in terms of capacity, sufficient capacity? Do the 10 provide, given the current scale of the industry, do the 10 independent testing labs provide sufficient capacity in your opinion?
I think right now I haven't done an analysis as far as, and I haven't asked for one either. And as far as the testing times at this point, as far as if there's any lag or any window at this point, we do know, of course, that some of the tests themselves that have to be run take at least 72 hours. So there's always going to be that window. Right. One change that I think the Commission should acknowledge as far as recent rounds of regulations that has, we think, has shaken loose some applications and allowed folks to come forward is in requiring that ISO accreditation at the final license phase as opposed to provisional license. I don't have a sense, I just don't want to be honest, but I don't have a good sense as far as what capacity would be necessarily. But I do know it's something that we want to continue focusing on. And there's, we're actually finalizing now a bit of a procurement as far as getting smarter on the RF. We're planning to issue an RFR on lab and testing services to advise and consult us. And that's something that honestly is a live conversation as of this week and could be posted as early as next week or this week. So
Great. That's a very important position. So thank you for that. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Executive Director, not to give you more work, but I'm wondering next meeting, because you had referenced year over year in your other slides, could you possibly put together a supply chain slide that would show from the fall of 2018 to now how the supply chain has grown, like the number of, when we first started in 2018, how many cultivators, product manufacturers in each year to where we are now, so we can demonstrate how that supply chain has blossomed, for lack of a better term.
I can try. I think what I will volunteer to do is do it myself as opposed to ask our staff to take it on. So I think it's possible. I want to play with the visuals a little bit. So I may spend some time with it myself, but I will. And
I thank you. I'm sorry for the added work, but thank you very much.
Of course.
Other questions or comments or requests for additional work for the staff or for Sean? Go ahead, please, Mr. Executive Director.
Sure. So this next slide here is indoor versus or as compared to outdoor. You see here the commencing operations of that supply chain of cultivators of 80. The breakdown is 65 are growing indoors and 15 are growing outdoors. You see that there's 4 final licenses issued for outdoor cultivators. Outdoor cultivators having been expedited in their license application style and type is obviously something that continues to be a priority for us at the agency, and in a way, 'tis the season. In fact, we're actually hitting a late phase of initial harvest season. So I think we want to make sure that those folks are able to, as they're ready and get operational, that they're able to do so as quickly as possible. But you do have a large queue coming as far as the indoor cultivation with 163 provisional licenses. Admittedly, that build and construction phase is both lengthy and expensive. So I don't have any forecast as to when those folks could be back before the commission for a final license.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge, and I don't know commissioners for you all, but I will speak for myself. I want to acknowledge the constituents, the farmers, specifically minority farmers, and all farmers, I'm going to say, but I've had a lot of outreach done in terms of outdoor cultivation, in terms of the issues, in terms of just stuff that's happening all around with farmers in the industry. So I want to acknowledge them. I know this industry is very difficult, but I know it's even more difficult for farmers. And, I think I would encourage all of us to pay attention to farmers and just pay attention. I know that we're going to have conversations at some point about regs and all this good stuff, but I just want to acknowledge them. I want to thank them for reaching out, for always calling me. I think, I get calls on my cell phone all the time. So I just want to say thank you and to let folks know, at least for me, I am watching and I am listening in terms of the issues that are coming from our farmers. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Outdoor cultivators.
Thanks. Other questions or comments? Go ahead, please, Mr. Executive Director.
This slide here is a breakdown of all cultivation based on tier. And again, as I think I noted at the last meeting of the commission, I was anecdotally surprised, but now can confirm that about 57% of these are commence operations, that 57% fall within the first 3 tiers of cultivation. And then the top 3 tiers, the tiers 9 through 11, so 70,000 up to 100,000 square feet of canopy, represent about 15% of your commence operation supply chain. So again, it's just something that was interesting to me and something we'll continue to look at. You also see a higher volume and higher concentration in provisional license too. So that's a trend that you'll continue to see over the course of the industries and the agency's maturation. So, and in total, there's north of 2.5 million square feet of canopy that's been authorized here in Massachusetts, with another 4.7 million square feet of canopy authorized in a provisional license phase.
Thank you.
And this last data slide here today is a snapshot of our medical use of marijuana program. You see here that there's 94 MTCs that have commenced their operations. As a reminder, those license types are in fact vertically integrated. So each commenced operations does represent a cultivation, product manufacturing, dispensing category. So 3 elements of operations there, perhaps all in the same facility, but it could be broken up as well. And then next to this, you see there's 104,377 certified patients and 98,382 certified active patients. The only distinction there is that the patient has gone in and actually activated their registration with the MMJOS portal or system. And as I noted earlier, there's now 1 physician assistant that is certified with the program. And we certainly welcome that data point.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These ratios always astonish me, and I'll just to reinforce what you said. So 94 MTCs are servicing almost 100,000 patients. So that's and we have 394 providers also prescribing for almost 100,000 certified patients. So yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, let's keep going. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director.
Sure. So I believe it was our last meeting. I want to say perhaps it was Commissioner Camargo had, in the context of the DIA report public comment period closing, I had noted that the next phase of that project was that our Access and Equity DEI committee was going to take that comment, discuss it, evaluate it, consider it, also in the context of the stakeholder meetings that were held and the actual report itself, follow-up work that UMass had done as far as questions that we had posed, condense all of that information into their recommendations and ultimately bring it back before the commission as a total package. And I think the question was then posed of, I'd like to understand the DEI committees a bit more, and can we talk about that? And so I want to obviously follow up on that conversation from last month and discuss how we approach DEI here at the commission. Some of the work that we've done historically, but then also identify the folks that are doing that work and give you a sense of my vision for where I think it can go in a real durable way for the commission as an agency. So we do have 2 DEI committees here at the agency. They are led by and ultimately comprised of staff that volunteered to participate and lend their voices to our work as both policymaker and representing and advising the commission as you make policy, as well as to us as an employer. How do we function as an employer? And so I define them or describe them as being internal, which is our Commission Voices DEI group, or external, which is Access and Equity. And so the Access and Equity group is our external, as I noted. Their purpose or their mission, their charter, is to promote a diverse, equitable, and inclusive industry, which obviously focuses on mitigating the harm from the war on drugs in DIAs and lowering the barriers to entry into the industry here in Massachusetts. So their objective is to really assist the agency, certainly you as commissioners and policymakers, with those policies to encourage and enable full participation. So that's their focus is external in that work. Commission Voices is charged with, and their charter is ultimately to promote a diverse and equitable inclusive workforce here at the Cannabis Control Commission by fostering an environment where commission employees feel safe, included, have a voice, and can achieve success without barriers unto themselves. And obviously their objective is to create mission-driven goals here in the commission across our departments that ultimately cascade down to our workforce. And so again, they're looking at our DEI work internally. So as I noted at the beginning of this presentation on the DEI components, these are staff that are employee representatives. They come from each and every department by and large. They volunteered to participate in this. They stepped forward and said, I'd like to participate, I'd like to contribute. They are empowered to develop their charters, goals, and metrics, as well as their own meeting schedules. There is no dictation to them. There is no mandate to them aside from please focus either externally or internally based on your membership. And then in a way, it's kind of a self-chartered process, obviously with suggestions as far as where that work could be most valuable. There is a steering committee that they can work with and that advises them. And that steering committee is ultimately the one that updates me as far as their progress and pace to date. And so the next couple of slides identify those staff members that are involved in this process. So Commission Voices is comprised of Jasmine Dryden, Rebecca Quaquier, Olivia Laramie, and Marianne Sarkis. So Jasmine is a Constituent Services Associate. Rebecca is the I&E Assistant. Olivia Laramie works with our research department. You're familiar with her work as far as RVT. And then Marianne is our Director of Data Analytics and really responsible for our open data activities historically. Access and Equity is Andrew Carter, Tisa Chukwueze, Megan Doobie, and Sabiel Rodriguez. Andrew is our Associate Enforcement Counsel. Tisa is a licensing specialist on Kyle Potvin's team. Megan Doobie is a project manager for operations, and Sabiel is our legal assistant. They comprise the Access and Equity group, and they've historically done that DIA work throughout the history of that project. The steering committee is comprised of commission leadership, including Erica White, our Chief People Officer, Yao Jibi, our Chief of Investigations, Alyssa Stack, our Chief Operating Officer, Cedric Sinclair, our Chief Communications Officer, and Adriana Leon, our Chief Financial and Accounting Officer. As I mentioned just a few slides ago, that group is there to guide and support them, but really it's a self-driven process for the DIA, or I'm sorry, the DEI groups themselves. I also want to note at this point too that equity for the commission is something that a lot of employers, I should note, their DEI work is reflective of their status as an employer. What is the work we're doing to be an equitable employer with our workforce? Our commission is unique. We have both an internal and external charge. We have programming that we conduct that is a very explicit statutory charge and mission, but we also have an obligation as an employer to be an equitable and to promote an equitable workforce. And so for us to declare something as being equity focused can oftentimes lead to confusion of either being, was this what hat are we wearing as a programming mission driven agency or as an employer, and both are equally as important. We also have been able to use the equity mission of this agency to attract and recruit talented employees that want to contribute. And I feel like our DEI work is our opportunity to do that. And so for the commission's information, I wanted to just note some structural changes that I'm making here at the agency that I think bring some further clarity to that work. So Cedric Sinclair, as our Chief Communications Officer, has really been governing and overseeing a lot of our equity work over the past, I want to say close to 2 years now, in building out our equity programming office and department. And I think things like the 5-year strategic planning and the social equity program, especially cohort 3, is really flowing through his shop. And so anything really external as far as equity is concerned is going to flow through Cedric and his team. Internally, Erica White is our Chief People Officer, is now a direct report to me. She reports to me as the Executive Director, and her focus is internally on DEI work. So there'll be some changes coming forward as far as titles and making sure we're very clear about that effort, but I'm going to really lean on and rely upon those two experts to help me navigate both internal and external, but also make sure we coordinate that work as well. So just wanted to flag that for your consideration. Obviously, wanted to acknowledge their leadership in particular, Erica and Cedric, but also the work of both the DEI committees as well as the steering committees. They've put in, I think, a lot of hard work throughout their tenure now. So they're about a year old each of the committees, and they're now embarking on their 2nd year of membership. So obviously happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the executive director on this topic? Thank you for doing that, Sean. I really appreciate that update.
I just think more of a comment. Yeah, more of a comment.
Mr. Camargo.
Yeah, thank you. More of a comment. One, I just want to say, Sean, thank you so much. I also want to say thank you to the volunteer staff members who participate in these 2 committees and the steering committee. I've worked in state government before. I have about 10 years in state government before I came here. And I have to say, and someone can do the fact check, but this is one of the most diverse agencies I've worked in my career. So I just want to say kudos to our team, and Sean, to you as well for allowing folks to be empowered, right, and to do this work as volunteers. It's very important. So thank you.
Thanks. Other questions or comments? Yeah, thank you for that update, Mr. Executive Director, and thank you for, I appreciate your pointing out people that are playing leadership roles in this, as well as the staff that's volunteering their time, but also wanted to commend you for your leadership and making this happen. So thank you for that. I know you're too modest to take too much credit for this, but thank you for your leadership.
I've got some more updates. So I think this is close to my last slide. I've got two more.
Go ahead,
So
please.
as I discussed earlier, we have offered and issued our first commence operations to the first delivery operator. So per the regulations, that does initiate the 3-year exclusivity window, which will now close ultimately on April 1st of 2025. Of course, the commission reserved its own ability and right to evaluate that moving forward. So I wanted to put a pin in that note and call your attention to the fact that in the coming months, we intend to come back to the commission with our recommendations on what the metrics ought to be for evaluating that effectiveness. This is not a conversation, to be clear, that began this week. This is a conversation that's been going on for some time. And it's also been the beneficiary of a lot of feedback from industry advocates, stakeholders, et cetera, as far as what would be a good metric. And I think we also have the luxury of having collected a lot of information about this industry from our inception, especially using the various data sources, whether it be the industry portal, metric, et cetera. I used some earlier as far as agent registrations and the like. So our objective is ultimately to provide the commission a solid recommendation that is based on objective criteria that you can use during the course of that 36-month period to determine whether or not the exclusivity window has been effective in meeting its objective of determining or establishing an equitable industry here in Massachusetts, especially as it pertains to those really two license types, delivery courier as well as delivery operator. And Commissioner Roy, you mentioned earlier, and thank you for that, our communications team has done a lot of planning and a lot of thinking about, obviously, as we now embark on April, 420 tends to be an observed holiday for many consumers and patients, and we wanted to acknowledge that, but also use it as an opportunity to reach out to folks using social media and urge them to be safe and responsible when doing so. And so obviously look for the hashtag 420safety, and this content will be available on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram pages. And allow me to use this as a shameless plug for, if you don't follow us on those Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram pages, this would be an invitation to do so. But also just wanted to acknowledge the work of our communications team, as well as the work of our agency, frankly. This is the work of our public awareness opportunities and trying to repurpose some of that work we've produced historically, and we want to make good use of it moving forward and make sure it remains front and center for people to consider. So again, just wanted to advise the commission of that, but also urge the public to look forward as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to follow up on it, what the executive director speaking about public health and public safety and hashtag 420, I'll do a shameless plug that I want to thank everyone on House Ways and Means that listened to my pleas for funds for public education and awareness. So thank you to everyone who did that. And this just illustrates the need to keep this messaging moving forward.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Then with eager anticipation, Mr. Executive Director, we're looking forward to your last slide.
Sure, this is the last slide. So our evergreen hiring update, which does demonstrate it, though, a lot of activity. We did onboard 3 staff members, so 2 project coordinators within our equity programming and community outreach departments. So that department continues to grow and expand, which is great, especially as we try to expand and coordinate all of the activities that are going on around equity programming and community outreach. We've also onboarded another associate enforcement counsel to join Rebecca Lopez's team and really just continuing adding bandwidth to that group as they've been working very diligently, but largely understaffed for some time now. We're in the final candidate stage for the role of budget director, manager of government affairs and policy, as well as multimedia content producer. We are in the initial screening and interviewing phases for multimedia content producer, so actually in the final candidate stage there, as well as a project coordinator for our investigations and enforcement team. And lastly, this is another invitation. The role of data manager is currently posted and on our website. I would encourage anyone that might be interested in such a role to apply by April 15th at the close of business or 5 p.m. So that's currently available again on our website. We are hiring, and we're looking to add to our team and add to our skill set and continuing building what I think is a world-class agency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. Are there any last minute comments or questions for the Executive Director before we move on? Then thank you very much, Sean.
Thank you.
As useful, incredibly insightful and informative. So next, let's get into our licensing discussions and votes. And as always, we'll start with changes of ownership. See, who is leading us through this today?
It will be
Hi.
Annie.
Welcome.
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Great to have you.
Thank you very much.
So for changes of ownership, we've got 7 in total. Prior to going through them individually, as in previous months, I have a request from Commissioner Roy for a blanket condition on all of these changes of ownership. And let me just read it. I believe it's the same as in previous months, but the blanket condition requested by Commissioner Roy on all of these changes of ownership is as follows. To help ensure compliance with 500.1045 and 501.1045, it is required that an update be provided to the Commission within 5 days of any changes, modifications, or implementation issues by new ownership of prior ownerships, Commission-approved diversity plan and/or positive impact plan, including but not limited to goals, programs, measurements, and accountability. Commissioner Roy, do you have any comments you wish to make around that request?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just that, you know, we spend a lot of time going over these diversity plans and positive impact plans, and we approve them. So it's important with the changes of ownership, if they make any changes or modifications or feel they are unable to attain those goals, just to let us know. So that's the purpose behind this condition. And we're seeing more changes of ownership now. So thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Just for clarification and logistical purposes, so your condition is within 5 days of their final ownership situation, within 5 days, they're expected to send us any changes to the diversity and positive impact plan?
No, any changes within 5 days. So I worked with Kyle Potvin on this, and we lifted the exact language from the regulation. So the language is lifted. 500-104, notification and approval of changes. The marijuana establishment shall keep current all information required by 935 CMR 500 or otherwise required by the Commission. The marijuana establishment shall report any changes in or addition to the content of the information contained in any document to the Commission within 5 business days after such change or addition.
Okay. So just to be clear, the condition requests, if there's a change,
yes,
we need to be notified within 5 days. It's not that within 5 days of the change of ownership.
Exactly, Mr. Chairman. Regulation, the language in the regulation is 5 days of any change.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you for.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other on that blank condition before we start going through these one by one? Okay, and here again, we start with our new numbering system. So number 1, 4 Daughters Compassionate Care Incorporated. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is 4 Daughters Compassionate Care Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 4 adult use licenses and 1 MTC license. They are requesting to add 5 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a vote? A motion and a vote, excuse me. Then Commissioner Camargo, could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for 4 Daughters Compassionate Care Incorporated, subject to the additional positive impact and diversity plan blanket condition requested by Commissioner Roy? Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, please, Shine Diamond LLC.
The licensee here is Shine Diamond LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add one individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion and a vote? Then Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Shine Diamond LLC, subject to the blanket condition on positive impact and diversity plans requested by Commissioner Roy. Could I ask for such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Solerge Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
The
you.
licensee here is Solerge LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 3 adult use licenses and 1 MTC license. They are requesting to add 3 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments on this change of ownership request or application prior to asking for a motion? Then Commissioner Roy, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Solerge Incorporated, subject to the positive impact and diversity plan blanket condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, I guess we have 3 separate change of ownership requests with respect to Toro Verde, Massachusetts Incorporated. I guess Incorporated 2 and 3, but let's start with the first one, number 4, Toro Verde, Massachusetts Incorporated. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The licensee here is Toro Verde, Massachusetts Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 6 individuals and 8 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend a review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion and a vote? And Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to approve the change of ownership for Toro Verde, Massachusetts Incorporated, subject to positive impact and diversity plan blanket condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, number 5, Toro Verde, Massachusetts 2 Incorporated.
The licensee here is Toro Verde, Massachusetts 2 Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 6 individuals and 8 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments on this before I ask for a motion and a vote? Then Commissioner Camargo, could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Toro Verde, Massachusetts 2 Incorporated, subject to the positive impact and diversity plan blanket condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, number 6, Toro Verde, Massachusetts 3 Incorporated. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The licensee here is Toro Verde, Massachusetts 3 Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 6 individuals and 8 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion and a vote? Then Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Toro Verde, Massachusetts 3 Incorporated, subject to the positive impact and diversity plan blanket condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Concepcion, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next, number 7, West County Collective. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The licensee here is West County Collective. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license. They are requesting to add 5 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion and a vote? Then Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for West County Collective, subject to the positive impact and diversity plan blanket condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Are there any more changes of ownership to be considered by the Commission at this point in time?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. What I'm going to suggest, I would like to try to get through renewals and final and then take a break prior to starting provisional. Is that okay with my fellow commissioners?
I need a 1
Commissioner
minute,
Roy.
just
Pardon?
a 1 minute break. Could we have a 1 minute?
I think that's probably logistically impossible. Why don't we take a 5-minute break if that's okay?
Sorry,
So actually, we'll make it 7 minutes. It's 11:03. We're in recess until 11:10.
Thank you very much.
Sure, no problem.
You're doing great, Annie.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 11:10. I see all four of my fellow commissioners, and Ms. Namara, you're ready to go again?
I am.
Okay, well, let's get started. The next topic, if we get the slide up, are renewals. We have 52 adult use renewals and 8 medical renewals to consider. But before we get started, I've had a request from both Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins to make introductory comments. Commissioner Camargo, please go ahead.
Well, thank you. I don't have to go last today.
Hey, that kind of talk will get you last next time.
It's okay. I like to share. Okay. So good morning. Welcome to the renewals section of today. I just want to give quick shout outs. 27 Broome Street LLC. 40% of their workforce is women and their goal was 50%. So congratulations, you're almost there. Be Well Holdings, congratulations on surpassing their hiring goals. And I know it's a constant, so you're going to reevaluate, but congrats on your renewal and your hiring goals. CNN Stores, they donated to a Veterans Outreach Center in Haverhill. They also volunteered 119 community hours of service. Also, big kudos on their expungement campaign, expungement issue campaign via social media. So I just want to say thank you for uploading all your social media posts that allowed me to just check out your social media campaign. Well done. Expungement conversation is a big deal. I think we need to continue to have that conversation. So thank you for creating awareness around expungement on that. So also, CNN Stores, kudos to your Snow Angel program in the winter, where you all helped senior citizens shovel out their cars or the front of their homes. So, you know, different ways to give back to the community through these positive impact plans. Fernway, 89% of their management promotions have gone to diverse candidates. So 89%. Kudos to you all. And then I want to say this right. Let me see. Do I see it on here? Okay, I'm gonna wait for that one. High Minded. Is that on my list right now? High Minded.
They are up. There are 2 renewals for High Minded.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure. So High Minded hit their diversity goals at 65% of their workforce. So congratulations on that. Old World Remedies, they donated a pretty nice chunk of money to the city of Lynn to create a playground for youth and for young kids in the city of Lynn. So kudos to them. Again, Lynn being a disproportionately impacted community, it's very nice for them to have donated that. And then HENEP, I can't say the name, but it's HENNEP. I don't want to pronounce it completely incorrect. Do you see it on there?
I see HEYCORP, High Corp. Is that whom you intend? Number 37?
Let me see, 37.
High Corp LLC.
Actually, no, I'm going to pass on that one. I'll save
Okay.
that. No, it's number 30. It's number 30.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. I apologize. Yes. HENNEP, HENEP Incorporated. I apologize, Commissioner Camargo.
No worries. Because I'm not looking at the screen. So thank you. I wanted to make sure I pronounce it right. So HENEP. I just want to say kudos. You guys have found a way to, through your positive impact plan, work with 4 social equity applicants and economic empowerment applicants to mentor them, coach them through the host community agreements, through business development, and just really be there with them throughout the process. And again, another way to work through those positive impact plans. There are now about 1,000 social equity applicants in the queue, and there's about 120 something, 25, 26 economic empowerment folks throughout the state. So there is a way to work with these folks and just provide some support. So kudos to you all. The last one is 28, let me just hear, commence operations. Oh, okay, yeah, this is my own note. Okay, so there's 28 renewals that have commenced operation. So all the ones that we see on here, some of them are just not open yet, right, or going through the process. But right now, currently, there's estimated about 28 renewals that have commenced operation. Out of those that have commenced operations that have gone through the renewal process this month, I just want to say there is an estimated $314,000 that was donated back into communities that have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. So I've been looking at renewals, sort of writing down how much donations folks are giving, where they're giving them to. But I want to just, again, create awareness to these positive impact plans and diversity plans and the money that is going back to our community. So thank you to all the business folks who have donated or created savvy ways to give back through the positive impact plans to these communities. So thank you. And I think Commissioner Stebbins also has some comments, Chairman.
Yeah, I know that. But first of all, let me thank you for once again for your leadership on this topic and for bringing some of these really best practices to public visibility. I really appreciate the leadership on that and the energy on that. It's really important. So thank you. Mr. Stebbins, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank my colleague who always gets into this section with a lot of passion and excitement. It's great to see. I also want to thank, there were a number of licensees, Commissioner Camargo has mentioned some of those already, who in their updates are showing that they're not only exceeding their diversity goals, but in some cases achieving and surpassing their hiring goals for hiring folks from the areas of disproportionate impact. I'll kind of flip my tone a little bit as I wear my regulator hat. I do want to raise an issue that I continue to watch in renewals, and that is the request of the licensee to the host community for details about the municipal costs related to the operation of the marijuana establishment. Some of these renewal applicants are contacting their host community with a request. They're giving a suitable amount of time for the community to respond. Some cases, the community reply in estimate is no cost because you haven't officially commenced operations yet. But I am concerned that some of our licensees are making the request and then sending us a signed note attesting to the fact that in a minimal amount of time, they have not gotten a reply from the community. And sometimes they're doing this 2 or 3 days after they've contacted or sent a communication or letter off to the community. There was one attestment I was going to raise as an example, but I'd rather focus on what's required. And if you need clarification, please ask. We've heard from our executive director over the last few meetings about the notices we send out at 150 days, 120 days, 90 days, and so on, reminding licensees about their pending renewal. This request to the host community is part of that renewal, and it's in our regs. So do not let this portion of the renewal wait until the last minute. Give the host community a reasonable amount of time to respond. Take this step in the renewal process seriously and plan accordingly. So just want to offer that feedback in my review of some of the licenses. But again, I don't want to overshadow some of the great news we had in the licensees renewal applications, but really asking those who are coming up for renewal, focus on this component. Don't wait until the last minute, and give the community a reasonable amount of time to respond. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks very much, Mr. Stebbins. That's really important. So I appreciate you raising that. Before I go through, we're going to do 3 rosters to just vote on renewals. But before I do that, Ms. DeMaria, any overall comments on the renewal roster?
No comments at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. So here's the way we'll do it. There are going to be 2 rosters for adult use and 1 for medical. The 2 rosters for adult use, one will be number 18, Elevate Cannabis Incorporated. The second roster for adult use will be all the other adult use renewal applications, which are specifically 1 through 17 and 19 through 52. And then we'll do 53 through 60, which are the 8 RMD renewals. Let's start with number 8. Number 8, Commissioner Camargo, I believe that you have asked to be recused. So if you, or excuse me, 18. So would you mind turning off your camera, please? We'll see you in a little bit. Thank you. Before I ask for a motion on the renewal applications for number 18, are there any questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation for renewal for Elevate Cannabis Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show the motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo recused. Thank you. Please come back, Commissioner Camargo. There you are. Welcome.
Thank you.
The next roster I would ask the commission to consider are all the other adult use renewals, again, specifically 1 through 17 and 19 through 52. Before I ask for a motion and a vote, are there questions or comments? Then Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on renewal for the roster of adult use applicants 1 through 17 and 19 through 52?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. The next roster for renewals are the RMDs, number 53 through 60. Before I ask for a motion and a vote, are there any questions or comments on this roster? Then Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on renewals for the RMDs number 53 through 60 on this roster?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Ms. Damari, at this point, are there any other renewals for the commission to consider?
There are no other renewals today.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to, yes, go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, just a comment I forgot to make in the beginning of renewals.
Yeah,
I just
go
want
ahead.
to thank what I call the renewal team. Every month I sit down with staff before we come to public meeting to get their feedback, their opinion, their guidance, and they always call me out on whatever mistakes I do have. So I just want to say thank you to Annie, who we have here on camera today, and to Sarah, and to Jamie, and to Marla, and folks who are really working on renewals. So thank you so much, and for being so diligent in your process of reviewing these renewals. So thank you. And Commissioner Stebbins, welcome to the renewal party.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Let's move on to final licenses. We have 17 final licenses for consideration. I'm starting to hear an echo. Are you guys hearing an echo from me? Okay. Just must be on my end. 17 final licenses for consideration. I'm not aware of conditions or requests for recusals on this licenses. Ms. Damari, is there a summary you'd like to offer before I ask for a vote on the entire roster?
I have no additional comments today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So then I would like the commission to consider the staff recommendation on final licenses for the entire roster 1 through 17. Before I do so, before I ask for a motion and vote, are there questions or comments? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to bring something to everyone's attention that we've been adding that blanket provision on the provisional licenses for the RFT training because compliance was at 50% and the certificates are pouring in now. So I just want to share that with you, and I want to commend DB Delivery. They had 3 certificates. Debilitating Medical Condition Treatment Center submitted their certificates, and Northeast Alternative submitted 11 RVT certificates. So it's working. So I just wanted to share that with everybody.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your leadership on that. That being said, are there any questions or comments for us for a motion and a vote on the entire roster of final license applications? Okay, then Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to 1 through 17 on this roster, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Ms. DeMaria, any other final licenses for the commission to consider at this point in time?
There are none.
Okay. Then let's move on to provisionals. There are 16. I'm going to suggest we get started if it's okay with everybody, and I'm almost certain I'm going to want to take a break maybe halfway through this. Is that all right with everybody? And Ms. DeMaria, are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, before we get started, Commissioner Stebbins has requested a opportunity to make some opening comments. Please go ahead, Commissioner.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. First of all, I think this is a good group of provisional licensees before us today. I enjoyed reading through diversity plans, and where I see applicants are weighing in more on more than their hiring plans and focusing on supplier diversity in many of these. I'd like to think the Commission's update to our diversity plan guidance last year is giving some of these applicants the thoughtful strategies we see expressed in these plans. So quick note of thanks to the members of the diversity guidance team that helped write that updated guidance last year. Again, I would suggest to our applicants, provisional applicants, explore utilizing our counterparts at the state supplier diversity office to help find some of those certified suppliers. And in the one case of an applicant this month, I'd urge them to consider pursuing certification as a woman-owned business. Finally, I just want to know, if you're making a donation as part of your positive impact plan, for me, I think it'd be helpful if you submit a letter from the receiving charity. Try to make sure that that letter or email is on the organization's letterhead or has some type of official email signature attached to it. But those are just some thoughts and feedback, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also have, as I think Commissioner Roy just kind of previewed, her request for a blanket condition on all the provisionals. Hopefully this is given her comments about the increased compliance, this will be a blanket condition that won't be necessary somewhere down the road, but for the time being, I think it's still important to include this. So the requested blanket condition is as follows. Prior to performing job functions, all provisional licensees shall ensure that all current marijuana establishment, medical treatment centers, and independent testing laboratory agents involved in the handling or sale of marijuana for adult and medical use shall have attended and successfully completed the basic core curriculum of the responsible vendor training program, to be designated a responsible vendor and provide a certificate of completion to the Commission upon request. In addition, all newly hired employees involved in the handling or sale of marijuana or marijuana products must also successfully complete the basic core curriculum of the responsible vendor training program within 90 days of hire, in compliance with 935 CMR 500.1052 or 935 CMR 501.1052. For clarity purposes, going forward for each of these provisional licenses, I will refer to this by the proxy phrase responsible vendor training condition. Commissioner Roy, any additional comments on that blanket condition request?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's it. Thank you so much.
And any questions for Commissioner Roy? Okay, then if you're okay, Ms. DeMar, let's get started with the first of these. Number one, Apotheca Incorporated, which is retail and was given priority as an MTC applicant. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The applicant here is Apotheca Incorporated. The proposed location is 54A Hyde Park Avenue, located in Boston. They are seeking one retail license. This applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have requests from Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy for additional conditions on this license. Let me start with Commissioner Roy's request. Prior to final licensure and upon receiving a commence operations notice, applicant shall ensure full compliance with consumer education material requirements in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1406, namely bullet 7, by adding the telephone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. From Commissioner Stebbins, I have actually two additional requested conditions on this license. First, prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider focus of plan for host area of disproportionate impact designated community of Boston and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11. The second condition requested, additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins, is as follows. Prior to final application for licensure, identify any spending goals with LGBTQ or disabled citizen-owned certified businesses. Before I ask for a motion and a vote, are there any other comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then let's start at the beginning here. Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Apopka Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Roy and the responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up are two applications from Baked Beans Farm LLC for Tier 2 indoor cultivation and product manufacturing, and these are co-located, if I'm correct. So one summary and two discussions and votes. Please go ahead, Ms. Damari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Baked Beans Farm LLC. The proposed location is 150 Sam Fonzo Drive, located in Beverly. They are seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation and a product manufacturing license. The applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have requests from Commissioners Camargo and Roy for additional conditions on both of these license applications. Starting with Commissioner Roy, her request for additional condition. Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators and marijuana product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500.12014 and 500.1309. From Commissioner Camargo, her request for an additional condition on this licensure is as follows. Prior to final license, applicant to clarify, edit, and resubmit an updated positive impact plan that explains how working with the City of Beverly promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts, which is currently not a disproportionately impacted area as defined by the CCC. Are there any other questions or comments before I ask for a motion and a vote? Then again, we'll take these separately. So we'll start with Baked Bean Farms LLC, MCN 283400, Tier 2 indoor cultivation. Commissioner Concepcion, could I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a license subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Roy, and the responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, could I have a second, please, on that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up is the second of the co-located applications from Baked Bean Farms LLC, specifically MPN 282045 for product manufacturing. Commissioner Roy, could I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Roy and the responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, could I have a second, please, of that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Roy made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, thank you. Next up, Beacon Compassion Incorporated doing business as High Five. This was an MTC priority application. Please go ahead, Ms. Damari.
The applicant here is Beacon Compassion Incorporated, doing business as High Five. The proposed location is 366 Hathaway Road, located in New Bedford. They are seeking 1 retail license. The applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Damari. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license other than the blanket condition. Are there questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions before I ask for a motion and a vote? Let's go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to give a shout out to Beacon Compassion Incorporated for their great consumer education. They included the Massachusetts Substance Use Hotline. So I am very grateful for that. And while I have the mic, I just want to also recognize 2 other entities really quick, East Coast Remedies and Union Twist, because not only did they include the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline, but they also went the extra mile, adding the delayed effects of edible marijuana. So I just want to thank these entities who have complete consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Beacon Compassion Incorporated doing business as High Five, subject to responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, BTE Incorporated, which was expedited by because of the type of license, which is a Tier 11 outdoor cultivation license. Please go ahead, Ms. Damari.
The applicant here is BTE Incorporated. The proposed location is 129 Grant Street, located in Plainfield. They are seeking 1 Tier 11 outdoor cultivation license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Damari. I have requests from Commissioner Stebbins and Roy for additional conditions on this licensure. Starting with Commissioner Roy. Let's see if I can find it. Yes, here we go. Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commissioner of your additional operational plans for outdoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500.12014. From Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider any strategy for nearby area of disproportionate impact designated communities of Greenfield and North Adams, and provide any updates in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011A11. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions before I ask for a motion and a vote? Then Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to BTE Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy, and also subject to responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Damari, is East Coast Remedies Corp.
The applicant here is East Coast Remedies Corporation. The proposed location is 76 through 82 Central Street, located in Somerville. They are seeking 1 retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license, but are there questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions before I ask for a motion and a vote? Then Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to East Coast Remedies Corp., subject to responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Damari, is Calix or Calix? Calix LLC.
The applicant here is Calix LLC. The proposed location is 125 North Main Street, located in Belchertown. They are seeking 1 retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have requests from Commissioner Roy for an additional condition on this license. Specifically, prior to final licensure and upon receiving a commence operations notice, applicants shall ensure full compliance with consumer education material requirements in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1406, namely bullet 7, by adding the telephone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Hotline. Before I ask for a motion and a vote, are there any questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on this license? Commissioner Roy, could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Calix LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy and subject to the responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Next up, Ms. Damari, is Capnos Incorporated. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The applicant here is Capnos Incorporated. The proposed location is 2 Merchant Street, Unit 3, located in Sharon. They are seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am aware of requests from Commissioner Stebbins and Roy for additional conditions on this license. From Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, identify any spending goals with LGBTQ or disabled citizen-owned certified businesses. Excuse me. From Commissioner Roy, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500.12014. Are there any other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions before I ask for a motion and a vote? Then Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cannabis Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins, and subject to the responsible vendor training condition.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman. Thank you. We've gone through 8 of the 16. I would greatly appreciate taking a short break, and so I'd like to propose the following, if it works for my fellow commissioners. Let's take a short break now, get back, we'll finish provisional and get into some of the commission discussion and votes, and then take a lunch break plus or minus 1 o'clock at a reasonable break point. Is that okay?
Sure.
So it's 11:45. Let's do this in 10 minutes if we could. So could we be in recess till 11:55 a.m.?
Sure.
Okay, the commission is in recess till 11:55 a.m. Thank you. Okay, it is 11:55. Commissioner Camargo, I don't see you yet, Commissioner Camargo. There we go. Okay. Thank you. We are back in session at 11:55 a.m. Ms. Damar, you ready to go?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you. Next up are two co-located applications from LMCC LLC, Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation and Product Manufacturing. These applications were expedited based upon the applicant status, social equity program participant, and a woman-owned business. Please go ahead, Ms. Damari.
The applicant here is LMCC LLC. The proposed location is 30 Sherwood Drive, located in Taunton. They are seeking one Tier 2 indoor cultivation license and one product manufacturing license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. We will treat these separately in terms of discussion and vote. I have requests for additional conditions on both of these licenses from Commissioners Roy and Stebbins. From Commissioner Roy, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators and marijuana product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500.12014 and 500.1309. From Commissioner Stebbins, the requested additional condition is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners and eligibility to support your activities. Are there other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to LMCC LLC Tier 2 Indoor, or excuse me, MCN 281565 Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins and subject to the responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Next up is the second of the co-located applications from LMCC LLC, specifically MPN 282039 Product Manufacturing. Commissioner Concepcion, could I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins and the responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Damari, is Maderi Incorporated Product Manufacturing. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Maderi Incorporated. The proposed location is 44 Boynton Road, located in Holliston. They are seeking one product manufacturing license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am not aware of additional conditions requested on this license, but I do have Commissioner Stebbins and Roy have additional conditions requested on this license. But before I go through those, I have a request from Commissioner Concepcion to make a comment on this application. Please go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. Like Commissioner Stebbins, I was really impressed by this month's provisionals and wanted to highlight a few, specifically those that are doing the work to remove the misconception that a quarry bars individuals from entering the industry by not only encouraging individuals with criminal records to work in this industry, but also by providing resources beyond hiring. So this applicant here, in their impact plan, has provided a plan to host a minimum of 2 one-hour industry-specific seminars that target Massachusetts residents who have past drug convictions. And they've taken an extra step by reaching out to the Massachusetts Department of Corrections and the local police departments to collaborate on opportunities. And I just wanted to give them a shout out and thank them for identifying this and including this in their plan.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Commissioner Concepcion. As I said, I have requests from Commissioners Roy and Stebbins for additional conditions on this license. From Commissioner Roy, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for marijuana product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1309. And from Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners and eligibility to support your activities. Are there any other comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions before I ask for a motion and a vote? Then Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Madeira Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy, and subject to the responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Damari is Relevant Energy Concepts, LLC, which is another marijuana delivery operator, I'm pleased to say. And as a result, this was a prioritized application given their status as an economic empowerment applicant. Please go ahead, Ms. Damari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Relevant Energy Concepts, LLC. The proposed location is 84 North Bridge Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license. The applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am not aware of requests for additional conditions on this license, but I do again have a request from Commissioner Concepcion to make a comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I know this is a rarity. I don't usually comment on a lot of our provisionals or licensees.
Can I give them a heads up? Therefore, you've got 3 more comments coming up.
I do, and they're back to back. So bear with me. Again, this is the same thing, but encouraging people who have any prior convictions or records to participate in the industry. So this company, they propose to identify 5 people with cannabis convictions who are from Holyoke to be hired, and they go a step further from hiring. Those chosen candidates will have their queries expunged at no cost and complete the job training and reentry program. And beyond that, they have developed a quarry reform program with the Hampden and Hampshire County Sheriff's Departments to identify 5 people with cannabis convictions who are from Holyoke or an area or of disproportionate impact according to our regulations to be hired and comprise 75% of the total staff. So I wanted to tip my hat to them, thank them for their thoughtfulness, thank them for working and incorporating law enforcement. And I hope that we see more like this.
Thank you so much. That's really great to see. Commissioner Roy.
And I also want to thank them because as a delivery operator, they had their consumer education, which is required. So I was happy to see that.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Then I am not aware of any additional conditions or requests for conditions on this licensure, but before I ask for a motion and vote, are there comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions? Then I believe it's your turn, Commissioner Stebbins. Could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Relevant Energy Concepts, LLC, subject to responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. DeMar, we have 2 co-located applications from the Green Lady Dispensary Incorporated for Tier 1 indoor cultivation as well as product manufacturing. Please go ahead, Ms. DeMar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is the Green Lady Dispensary Incorporated. The proposed location is 370 Wareham Street, located in Middleborough. They are seeking one tier indoor cultivator license and 1 product manufacturing license. The applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have no additional conditions requested on these 2 licenses, but again, I have a request from Commissioner Concepcion to make comment. Would you like to make comment on each of these 2 or just one?
Both.
Both. Okay, then please go ahead. Right now, just for clarification, for consideration right now is MCN 283585 Tier 1 indoor cultivation. Please go ahead.
I'll be brief, and I feel like you can sort of figure out where I'm going with this. Again, another provisional here that has encouraged participation by people who have records or, any sort of quarry. So this prospective licensee included in their positive impact plan a plan to work with Mass Cultivate Ed, a Jails to Jobs cannabis program, to bring on 2 fellows per year from areas of disproportionate impact or residents who have past drug convictions, and they will provide free housing at no cost. And those fellows who complete the program will be referred to open positions. So again, I have heard some misconceptions about us not necessarily encouraging participation or the idea that if you have a criminal record, you cannot participate in this industry. So I kudos again, hats off. Thank you for the work.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested on this. Like Commissioner Roy, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to give the Green Lady Dispensary Inc. the Quality Control Star of the Day because they were the only cultivator and product manufacturer to thoroughly enumerate their quality control plans for indoor marijuana cultivators and marijuana product manufacturers according to 500.120 and 500.130. So I want to thank them for that.
Okay, thank you. Again, before I ask for any for a motion and a vote, are there any other comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions on the first of these 2 Green Lady dispensary applications? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license for the Green Lady Dispensary Incorporated MCN 283585 for Tier 1 indoor cultivation, subject to the responsible vendor training condition?
So moved, Chairman.
Thank you. Did I do you twice in a row? Is that why you're smiling?
No. It's just, you're good at this. It's a lot to say.
Thank you. I can't tell you how debilitating it is, but thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up is the second of the co-located Green Lady Dispensary applications. This one specifically is MPN 282104 for product manufacturing. Again, I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested on this licensure, but I do believe that Commissioner Concepcion, you'd like to make another comment on this?
No, it was the same comment.
Oh, it was for both. Okay, fine. I misinterpreted. Thank you. Before I ask for a motion and a vote, then, are there any additional questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Green Lady Dispensary Incorporated MPN 282104 for product manufacturing, subject to the responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Union Twist Incorporated. Please go ahead, Ms. Damari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Union Twist Incorporated. The proposed location is 259 Cambridge Street, located in Boston. They are seeking one retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this licensure, but before I go into that, I also have a request from Commissioner Concepcion to comment on this license. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. This is my last comment on these, but hopefully I comment more because I want to see more of this clearly. Again, Union Twist, they will host 4 quarry sealing clinics annually in the city of Chelsea to assist individuals in areas of disproportionate impact with retrieving copies of their quarry records and administratively sealing the records when eligible. Huge. I really want to encourage and commend those that not only encourage hiring and participation through employment, but also go beyond to offer services and resources. And I know that we talk a lot about expungement. Expungement is an incredible resource. It's also very complicated, but sealing is still something that should be considered for those who have a quarry that want to enter the industry or want to do anything else, because it still serves its purpose. And I think that, you know, I've talked about this a lot about my own commitment to providing some more education, but for Union Twist, thank you for that positive impact plan and continue the good work.
Thank you very much. And I too hope that we get to hear these comments on a more regular basis going forward. So thank you for that. And thank you for the industry for stepping up on this important topic. I have, as I mentioned, a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license. Specifically, prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider focus of plan for host area of disproportionate impact designated community of Boston, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011A11. I am not aware of any other additional conditions requested on this licensure, but are there questions, comments, or requests for conditions? Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, I don't want to, we just talked about the great work, or Commissioner Concepcion highlighted the great work they want to do with respect to the city of Chelsea. Just for clarification, what I'm suggesting in my condition is that they review their positive impact plans, since they are going to be located in Boston, to consider any strategy that they might have on their host community. But I do, if I can take a minute, I want to pick up on what Commissioner Concepcion said, and I think it's important, is that folks that were disproportionately impacted, we don't want them sitting on the sidelines feeling kind of self-excluding themselves from getting into this industry. And I think from the provisional license applicants that she has just talked about, I think we're finding a way to show that there are resources there and there are commitments from our licensees to hire if folks can step forward and raise their hand and be included. So again, I'm not meaning to discount what Urban Twist has put into their positive impact plan, and in its alignment with a great message from Commissioner Concepcion. My only ask is that they review any part of that impact plan and how it might impact their host community of Boston.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, before I ask for a motion to vote, any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on this licensure? Then I think it's up to you, Commissioner Roy. Could you please make a motion, Commissioner Roy, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Union Twist Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins, and also subject to the responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you, Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Damari is Beacon Compassion Incorporated, doing business as High Five, which is an RMD. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Beacon Compassion Incorporated, doing business as High Five. This is a vertically integrated MTC application with a proposed address for cultivation and product manufacturing at 30 Franklin R. McKay Road in Attleboro, and dispensing operations proposing to be conducted at 1524 VFW Parkway in Boston. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have no requests for additional conditions on this licensure, but before I ask for a motion and a vote, are there questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions? Then Commissioner Stebbins, can I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Beacon Compassion Incorporated, doing business as High Five, subject to the responsible vendor training condition?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Ms. Damari, are there any other provisional licenses for the Commission to consider at this point in time?
There are none, Mr. Chairman.
Well, then, thank you so much for being here today and leading this part of the conversation for us. And I know all the hard work that goes behind it. Are we going to see you again next month?
You are.
Oh, wonderful. You sure you want to come back?
If you'll have me.
I'd love to have you, of course. Well,
I would like to just thank the Investigations and Enforcement Departments for the amazing teamwork done this month, every month. Thank you to the commissioners. Thank you to commission leadership for the opportunity to be with you all here today. Thank you.
Thank you, and ditto on your thanks to the entire licensing team. And to my fellow commissioners, let's move on.
Thank you, Annie.
Thank you.
Annie.
See you next month. Okay, as I mentioned, we have a number of commission discussion and discussions and votes. And I guess I skipped one of them, which was governance, but in my introductory remarks. But let's get started. We'll go through a couple, and as I said, plus or minus 1 o'clock when there's a good point to take a break. We'll take a luncheon break. So let's start with responsible vendor training renewals. Hi, Olivia. Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah.
There's one up this month, if I'm correct.
Yeah, just one renewal.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I will be presenting one RBT renewal application for your consideration and vote today. The following applicant for your consideration is seeking a renewal of their 2-year certification for responsible vendor training. They've been certified by the Commission since April 2020. The entity is titled STIRM Group, STIRM Group. The entity operates out of Newburyport, Massachusetts. They have trained approximately 3 agents since their certification in 2020. They have changed their name from Crisis Solutionists to STIRM Group. Otherwise, there have been no updates to their contact or ownership information, and they have remained current with all regulatory and curriculum changes. The staff recommends your approval of this renewal application.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then can I ask please for a motion, please, Commissioner Camargo, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a renewal?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Are there any other RVT renewals to be considered at this point in time?
That's it for this month.
Well, then, thank you very much, and we'll look forward to seeing you next month.
Thank you. You too.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, the next topic for discussion and vote is the regulatory review process. I'm going to just provide a brief introduction here and then ask our executive director to lead this part of the conversation. This topic that we've been talking about now for several months, probably 6 plus or minus. I think that we all agree that at some point it is appropriate and necessary to review our regulations. But there has been, I think, a lot of discussion about what's the appropriate process, what lessons have been learned from the past regulatory review processes, and a desire on the part of all commissioners to kind of get up to speed on both what's happened in the past and to think through what's the best approach. The way we've handled this is that I think the last time we discussed this, which was 2 meetings ago, we asked the executive director to work with the general counsel, sit with each of the commissioners as well as with relevant staff members, and based upon those conversations, both answer questions that commissioners might have about previous rounds and lessons learned, as well as to come out of those conversations with a proposal in terms of process and timing for moving forward. That could be the basis for a commission discussion and vote, which is exactly where we are right now. So I wanted to thank my fellow commissioners for the time and energy you put into thinking about this, talking to not just Sean and Christine, but other members of the staff. I certainly want to thank Sean and Christine for leading this process and doing the work necessary to come up with a proposal for our discussion and review today. So looking forward to the conversation. Mr. Executive Director, I don't yet see you on the screen, so I hope you're still here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you're not up on the you're not on the screen yet, but anyway, if I could turn it over to you, Mr. Executive Director, I'd appreciate your leadership of this part of the conversation.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will echo your sentiments as far as gratitude and thanks for the folks that have pitched in on this, and it has been a agency-wide lift in a lot of ways, including certainly commissioners as well as most especially our general counsel, Christine, who's here as well. I'll start by noting, I think the commission benefits right now immediately as we sit here with a full set of regulations. We are a fully regulated industry from seed to sale and certainly every aspect in between, including both medical and adult use. So we sit from a position of great strength as far as our regulations are concerned. And so there is no immediate, certainly there are topics that commissioners want to dig into, understand, evaluate, and analyze, but there is no glaring absence or element that is missing from our regulations that would cause obviously a sense of urgency or immediate need in an emergency sense to regulate. We also sit here today as the legislature is actively considering legislation, specifically the Senate in session today, relative to new charges and tasks for the agency to embark on, which certainly would include host community agreements and the need to regulate further, obviously reviewing the potential for social consumption and revisiting regulations there perhaps, and then whatever happens ultimately with the social equity fund, if that may require some work from us. And so the legislative process is looming over this as well. But I want to just take the moment to acknowledge the history of the agency, which is we've done now several rounds of regulations in our brief history. And I think we've done them in each iteration with improvements to process, but it's also led us to a moment now. And I think obviously under the previous composition of the commission, obviously with the chair's involvement as well historically, that I think we do sit, even comparing to the rest of the nation in those legalized states, with a full set of regulations that we ought to be proud of. And I think are fully productive and fully functional and give our staff a lot of tools and as well as the industry, a lot of clarity as to what is expected of them. That said, as the chairman noted, we did embark a few months ago on a review of our process historically and bring now before you what we think is a comprehensive approach to what may lead us into another review of regulations and how that may transpire. So first and foremost, I want to acknowledge that I think commissioners are asking a lot of really thoughtful questions. In our process of engaging with you throughout developing this, we talked through a number of topics that have piqued your interest. You've heard a little or even a great deal about that you want to put some time and energy into researching and evaluating what options you may have. but also whether or not it may result in a regulatory change or the need for further analysis or guidance or just greater public awareness around the existence of already in place and promulgated regulations. So the first part of phase one, which really it says today through August or September, has really been going on now for the past several months, is just identifying topics for internal discussion. What are those topics that you would like to see further research or further analysis into, and how can we as a staff support your evaluation of those topics? So I reference here the project charter format. That's some internal lingo. Really for us, it's how do we scope that out? How do we make sure that you have adequate staffing? How do we make sure that the right staff member is available to you and that it's complete as far as scope and what is in versus what is out? Similarly, what is the time expectation? When can you expect to have that work done? Again, what is the ultimate objective? Is it to end with regulatory drafting? Is it to end with a potential guidance document? And in some instances as well, that conclusion is not yet determined or known. So I think in fairness to the project, some flexibility is necessary. I give Christine and her team a lot of credit here for wanting to engage staff that have been involved in previous rounds of our regulatory review. In doing that, it's to understand any suggestions or feedback they may have. Anecdotally, we've all, I think, talked to our staff and heard from them, but it's a formal survey just to understand what impact or what feedback they may have for us, which obviously could spill into phases 2 and 3 as far as based on their feedback, you could see some potential changes. I should note too that this is entirely driven by the commission. So each and every phase is going to start or end at your pace where you're most comfortable. And then lastly, again, as I noted at the beginning of my presentation here, the legislative process is looming very large over this, and their formal sessions conclude because this is the second year of a legislative session. They conclude on July 31st. And so we will have a lot more clarity by then, at least, on things like our budget, as well as on things like any legislative changes that may be in the works. And again, we're live right now as the Senate's considering exactly something of that nature. So we'll continue to monitor that as well. And Mr. Chairman, it may help if you want me to continue through phases 2 or 3 or stop here for questions.
Let's see if there are any questions. I think let's just take a quick pause, and I think you're doing great. And my preference would be to kind of go through the whole thing and then come back and discuss as a group. But let me ask my fellow commissioners: are there any questions of clarification before Sean moves into phases 2 and 3 of this draft proposal? Okay, and yeah, my preference, Mr. Exec Director, is let's go through the next 2 phases, and then we'll come back and discuss it as a group. So please go ahead.
Sounds good. And so advancing out of phase 2, I want to note that phase 1 I really look at as a front-loaded research, analysis, and evaluation opportunity for commissioners. And a lot of that work is happening now, and it's been happening over the past several months. And I think we've got some projects and things like guidance documents that are in the works right now that obviously the commission can consider between now and any future phase. But phase 2 really formally begins the drafting process in some ways. So you start to identify the scope of the topics that are to be considered, some of the policies that will go into actually either making additions to regulations, making modifications to regulations, but really that drafting process would formally begin. And we do like, and we think it was a successful model to have working groups that were established, comprised of both commissioners and staff, led by commissioners, of course, and actually put pen to paper while incorporating that work that was done throughout phase 1. Another aspect of our experience that we think is really valuable is early engagement with stakeholders. And specifically here, there's a reference to the Cannabis Advisory Board. It's a 25-member body that meets at least quarterly. They're all volunteers. They come from various backgrounds, including ex officio members of other state agencies, as well as expertise, folks with expertise in certain relevant areas as far as cannabis is concerned. So I certainly think a joint meeting with them, which is not unprecedented, would be valuable, as well as engaging with other stakeholders early in the process to inform any early draft of regulations. And my experience, at least, is that giving folks opportunity to opine early on really makes the remaining phases a bit easier, and obviously I think softens some of that feedback you may get. And I give Christine a lot of credit for looking to other states. And I think Colorado has a good experience with a lot of that stakeholder engagement at the outset in working group models. And now we too have that same experience. And then lastly is the listening sessions, which is something the commission did actually prior to my arrival. So credit to the previous commissioners. The very first thing that the first 5 commissioners did was go around the state and listen intently to what folks were looking for in their regulations.
The very first thing we did is we went to the legislature and begged for money, but it's still a good story.
I guess it was first finding the 5 cubicles and figuring out where folks were going to sit. But those listening sessions, I think, were important, and it gave people an opportunity to be heard. And something else that, again, and Christine is here to join me as well, that she's remarked on, and I think is a good example of the work we've done historically, is we've done now many rounds of public comment. We have, therefore, a deep repository of public comment that the commission has received. I see that being valuable in phases 1 and phase 2 of returning to that comment. We've sought comment. We've not always incorporated comment, I think simply because the commission reserves the right to disagree. But I think it's a good starting point in reflecting on that before we go ask folks for more comment, reflecting on the comment already obtained. So again, that's kind of the beginning part of phase 2 is the actual pen to paper format of drafting regulations. You see here it's slated to start around October, but I note that that's really up to the commission's discretion.
Again, Sean, if you wouldn't mind pausing, any clarifications before we start debating this and discussing this? Any clarification questions before Sean moves on to phase 3? Okay, go ahead, please.
And then lastly, phase 3, which is a note here slated to begin sometime in February. And again, these dates are soft in some ways, but I think trying to give you some timelines or outlines is actually once that pen is reduced to paper or meets its paper, those regulations would need to be voted on by the commission. That really embarks on a formal regulatory process. That's when all of the regulations divisions requirements from the Secretary of State's office kick in, and you have to have your prescribed public comment or public hearing and actually leave it out for public feedback for a certain amount of time. During that time, the commission has historically chosen to host public hearings, plural, as well as embark on a public comment period. The commission also reserves the right to modify accordingly within some bound scope provisions, making sure we're not too far afoot from that initial draft. But you can work on with staff and with stakeholders modifications or clarifications too on the existing draft of regulations that would be put out for public comment. Making sure that this is a feedback that we learned from primarily the last round of regulations is that we begin to think about at this phase implementation, what that looks like. What is the time that we would need to implement phases of this? What is the cost of implementation? And making sure these things don't sneak up on us as we get closer to finalizing regulations. And primarily it's the cost element and the implementation timeline, because we want to be honest with the public and consumers and patients and licensees about what some of these ideas are actually going to take to put into action. And obviously we do live according to our budget, what's allocated to us. We want to be honest with the legislature and the administration about that as well. And also run some things by other state agencies. We are not the expert in everything. And I think we need to acknowledge that. So things like pesticides, for instance, and some growing elements need to be certainly incorporated through the Mass Department of Agricultural Resources. There's other state agencies like the Division of Standards that we want to make sure we're considering and folding their work into our work as well and leaning on them. The State Fire Marshal's Office around things like extraction. So there's other agencies we want to be sure that we're touching. That can all happen during the public comment period. It also should happen, frankly, at the outset in phase 2 as well. I think the advisory board lends itself to that opportunity until you finally then discuss and vote on a final set of regulations, which would formally conclude the commission's actions and responsibilities. We then put finishing touches and ultimately promulgate with the Secretary of State's office. So I would like to invite Christine to offer any comments that she may have as well, Mr. Chairman, if that's all right. Absolutely. Please go ahead, General Counsel.
Thanks very much, Chairman and Executive Director. So Sean, thanks so much for your presentation. As Sean indicated, I support this very much. One important factor here that we have considered is that we want constituent feedback to be fair and equitable by allowing for the Commission to get this feedback earlier on in the process, we create more opportunities for equity applicants to weigh in on important policy determinations. So of course, we want to hear from all of the members of the industry, but I think that this process will provide an opportunity for better comment, which historically commissioners take very seriously, and as well as staff.
Thank you very much. And again, just I'll repeat what I said at the beginning. I really appreciate both the executive director and our general counsel for leading this effort. For whatever it's worth, I like this process. I think both picks up on the things that we've done really well in the past and improves some of the things that needed improvement. So I think you guys, my personal opinion is I think you found a good balance. And again, my appreciation to my fellow commissioners for the time and energy they put into both thinking through this, asking questions, offering suggestions. I think we're in a good place, but that's just my opinion. So I think this is the appropriate time to open it to comments and questions from my fellow commissioners prior to moving on. Who would like to kick this off? Commissioner Stebbins, you just beat Commissioner Roy by a nanosecond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for kind of keeping this topic or this discussion in front of the commission. I understand it's probably taken us a little bit longer to get to this point or this discussion than you would have liked, but
what can I say? I'm impatient by nature, but go ahead.
You know what I like about this process, and I do want to go back to something that the executive director started off with, and it echoes back to my previous position, is that I do think the commission and the staff find themselves in a position of great strength right now. We don't have any really glaring absence of regulations to help us regulate this industry. So I think that's something important to note. There isn't anything, again, maybe there will be after the formal legislative deadline, but there isn't anything right now in front of us that really requires our immediate attention other than where we might have some thoughts about tweaking or refining the regulations as this process outlines. I like this proposal. You know, my big concern, I mentioned it before, was the notion of opening the regs or timeline for opening the regs. I always feel that if we had to address an issue, that we would address it. We would go in and make a proposal to change a regulation if we saw something wasn't working. So that terminology, I've said it before, was concerned me a little bit. But what I do like to see in this is the caution around a timeline, and that some of this timeline has flexibility, because I think as each of us, you know, as this schedule looks at, begins to work with staff. And by the way, I'm very happy to see that staff are involved in this process. I've said before that they are the ones that are seeing the implementation of our regs on a day-to-day basis. They're on the ground floor. They're in the dispensaries and the cultivation facilities on a day-to-day basis, and they might have some feedback. So I'm happy to see that is incorporated into the process. I do want us to be sensitive to the timeline. I wouldn't want any of the working groups to feel rushed by any artificial deadlines, and I think this gives us some flexibility. I think our goal is to go through a process, come up with thoughtful regulations or propose regulatory changes, produce a good product, be diligent about it, take these steps that the executive director and the general counsel have laid out. I worry, you know, our prior discussions about a timeline. I think, Mr. Chair, you raised it. Your previous experience was the commission was getting to kind of an end timeline, and then a last second proposal kind of came in that muddied the waters, I guess, in a previous regulatory round. So I think this helps us avoid this. This helps us produce a good product that helps us when a good product is ready for the public to view and the public to offer comment on, that step is there. So, you know, I'm encouraged by this. I like how it's laid out. I just want to again remind, you know, my colleagues to just being sensitive around timeframes. Let's make sure we follow the steps with a good product before we try to rush anything to meet any deadlines we might set for ourselves. And again, I think this offers the flexibility.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to thank you for your leadership, not only in the past, but this present discussion. You brought this discussion to the forefront, so I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank Sean for his thoughtful approach to this, and Christine and her team. I enjoyed our meetings. I enjoyed our discussion, and I think we've really moved the ball forward. I just want to bring up a few points that back to what Commissioner Camargo had said earlier in the day. We have bullet about meeting with stakeholders, and I see the Cannabis Advisory Board, which is great, but farmers would be, for instance, a group we should meet with, and maybe other license types. So I just want to make sure that that is broad, that when meeting with different stakeholders. And let us not forget the medical side of the equation. We did a lift and shift with that language, so I will be looking at medical as well. I just don't want to forget that. And I just want a point of edification on the phase 3. The first bullet where it says commission discussion and vote on draft regulations, including staff presentation. I'm not sure if that means internal presentations or external presentations, and who's, is that staff and commissioners doing these presentations? I just have a question about that. We never really talked about presentations before.
John, you want to go ahead and address that, Sean?
I'm happy to. Commissioner Roy, I'll take your points in certain order here. I would, and I think the term stakeholders used in phase 2 is intentionally broad. And so I think that's where I intended farmers and other licensees, veterans. And so we have some statutory missions that I think we need to factor in there. Also, the reference to patients just before there is, I think, capturing a medical element of wanting to make sure we maintain and preserve a medical market here for folks. And I'd also include stakeholders as far as being hemp farmers and understanding their impact in our industry, either as final products sold to our retailers or as ingredients ultimately making their way into our supply chain and manufacturing aspect. As far as staff presentation, I think what I intend for that, and obviously Christine can correct me as well, but my intention is ultimately that in discussing any draft of regulations, that upfront we're able to ascertain and reflect to the commission, this is what implementation would look like of these various regulations. So it would be a public presentation at a commission meeting, but also start to put some pins into this is what implementation and cost implications are. So that way, not only the commission, but the public is aware of this is how we view rollout of these regulations ultimately, which I hope will inform their public comments that they would end up supplying to the commission at either public hearings or the public comment phase. Again, as I noted during my presentation, those are aspects that historically, I have to admit, they kind of snuck up on us as far as, and I think Commissioner Stebbins, to your point, if something comes in at the last minute during the finalizing of regulations, we don't often have the benefit of saying, well, what would it take to actually implement this? And so then we're going to our technology vendors and saying, here's a last minute change order. And the price is the price at that point. So I think being upfront early in our draft regulations allows the commission to consider what implementation would look like and then help us prioritize as well. I think in fairness to the commission, you set those priorities. So if I come and represent to you, we're going to implement, these things first and these things last, you may want to reverse that order. And that's going to obviously reflect our work. So I would intend it to be a staff presentation publicly to the commission.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioners Camargo or Concepcion, comments or questions?
Yeah, I just have a quick comment. Yeah, I think.
Commissioner Camargo, just to help our staff get you on screen live, could you just raise your hand rather than start speaking? Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No worries.
And our staff actually appreciates it even more. So go ahead.
I got you. I guess my quick comment was similar to Commissioner Stebbins, but I've said this before internally. the commission was at a startup phase. And I just appreciate us taking the time to understand the process and think about it and do our due diligence. So I really appreciate just all the work that has gone into it. Christine, Sean, thank you so much, and everybody else who's worked on all the other information that you all have given us the last few months on this. And if I go back to thinking about onboarding, and I think about the next commissioners that'll be here in our seats at some point, you know, I think that this historical information and how these regs came about, the historical context behind them, and then where we're at today, I think all that needs to be part of like onboarding for the next commissioners as well. So just thank you so much.
Thanks. Commissioner Concepcion, any comments?
Just really quickly, I want to sort of reiterate in thanking Sean, our executive director, and Christine, general counsel, and your teams for undergoing this process, getting all that information to us. It's been really insightful to learn a lot more about the historical context behind how we got to this point and sort of the thoughtfulness that went behind the regulatory changes that have happened in the past. So I just want to thank you. I said the last time we spoke about regs, I talked about, you know, the need to create a process or just to have some clarifications around that. And you guys have delivered. And I just want to say I appreciate your work on this.
Thanks. General Counsel, do you have a comment?
Yeah,
We're
thank you,
trying to
Chairman.
get rid of a fly, you know, getting around you.
Just really quickly is I wanted to recognize here too that there's a real maturation to the agency in terms of its approach to regulations. As Commissioner Camargo indicated, in early days, we were under a lot of pressure, including legislative deadlines. And Chairman, you were very instrumental in helping us to get through those period successfully. But I do think that the commission is on and the industry is on to a new phase here of maturation. And I think that this plan helps us to take a more careful approach to both getting stakeholder feedback as well as developing, drafting, and filing regs.
Great. Thank you for that, General Counsel. I'm hearing that people are comfortable with this approach. I don't want to push too hard because I know this is an important topic and one that we've been talking about for quite a while. But I'm hearing a pretty much comfort with this approach. A couple of suggested tweaks from Commissioners Stebbins and Roy, but you know, I think that the executive director addressed those requests. So I'm not sure that further conversation at this point is necessary. I don't know that we need to take a motion. I'd appreciate hearing from the executive director and the general counsel on that. Other than and start, you know, the timeframes, as Commissioner Stebbins pointed out, are flexible. So it's really about, you know, taking some things that are already in place and starting the kind of internal research and discussion based upon requests from individual commissioners. That seems to be the appropriate first step. So it's not clear to me that we need a motion or a vote. It's let's get going, understanding that we'll adjust timeframes going forward as necessary, and also obviously awaiting the output of the legislative process to adjust both the focus as appropriate and the timing. But can I hear from the executive director and general counsel on your thoughts? Or if you guys are seeking a motion, I certainly appreciate hearing that. Or if you think one's necessary, you want to start, Sean?
Sure. I'm not inclined to seek a motion here. I think I would also ask if commissioners have topics that you'd like to identify that we work through, Christine and I jointly, to make sure that we can put the proper staff resources to it and also just begin that project charter development phase. So I think that's the next step of this. As a result, I don't think a motion or a vote is necessary, in my opinion. No,
I agree with that for whatever it's worth. And I also agree with your request that the first step here is for individual commissioners to reach out to you and Christine in terms of topics and staffing for the project teams that you were talking about. Commissioner Roy?
I just have a question around working groups that, like you did earlier today when you identified the diversity working groups. Could all of our working groups please be identified, who's on them, which commissioners are assigned, and if there are any additional working groups that are created outside of the regulation topics, could you please advise us of such?
Sean?
Of course, I think once developed, it would be my pleasure to identify those staff that are working on them. At this point, there are no existing working groups until we get started on this process. So
Other than the guidance on control, which we'll talk about shortly.
Hoping to disband that one soon enough.
Correct. That's my deep objective. Christine, any thoughts from you, or do you agree with the executive director's comments that the motion is not necessary?
Yes, totally agree.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, just a quick question. It kind of picks up on Commissioner Roy's point. Mr. Executive Director, do you envision commissioners, obviously not more than two, having an opportunity to work together on topics of mutual interest? Obviously, we hear about them, you know, in our monthly public meetings, but is that allowed? Is that preferred? Is that your kind of past history, or what would you or General Counsel Bailey have any thoughts on that?
Ideally, sure, thank you. I think ideally 2 commissioners being involved, no more than 2, of course, considering the open meeting law constraints that we live within. And I think that's why I would ask if commissioners have topics that you are interested in. Certainly, the more complete you can be with that list is going to be valuable for Christine and I, and also, to be clear, other staff, especially staff leadership here, to make sure we can properly resource it, but also that we can pair commissioners where appropriate, and obviously utilizing commissioners as staff alike. You want to put the work in too. So certainly would look for opportunities to pair commissioners on those types of projects. I think it's not only would we want to do it, we encourage it where possible. So yes, that would absolutely be our model, and it's worked successfully in the past.
Yeah, your question, Commissioner Stebbins, with respect to past experiences, that I've done both. I've done project teams where I was the only commissioner working with staff, and I've done project teams where I paired with another commissioner. The latter is far more, I think, productive and efficient. But of course, that requires 2 commissioners that are interested in working on the same topic. But where that's the case, it's a much better model, in my opinion, and experience. Commissioner Pargo.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Commissioner Roy's, to your comment in terms of this process and us sort of being transparent with each other in terms of sort of knowing what we're going to work on. Like, I would love that spirit across the board at the commission, right? So I think it's something that we should talk about, because there's 5 of us, we're working on individual stuff. Sometimes we don't know who's working on what, who's doing what. So I think with your recommendation, I think I think we should work on that, not just in this process, but everything else. So I think it's a good one. I want to continue to have that conversation.
I want to thank you, Commissioner Camargo. You've done a great job of introducing a later topic of conversation, which is on legislative outreach, and it's all about coordination, collaboration, and transparency. So thank you for that introduction. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one final question, which is, are we capped on the number of topics? Or, I mean, we have, being realistic, Mr. Executive Director, can you provide us some guidance on that, please?
I'm hesitant to say you're not capped. That said, I think it's there's an order of magnitude that I think we would want to manage this, but I think that's a conversation that it would be a good problem to have ultimately if there's a lot of topics that commissioners want to dig into. And then as we dig into that, I think if we meet a critical mass, we'd want to prioritize. And I think that would be my first preference is, and that's where, frankly, the ability to evaluate phases becomes really valuable. If we need to spend more time looking into additional topics, and we need to prioritize accordingly, then so be it. That's a good problem to have, and we'll spend that time accordingly. But I don't have a magic number. It's also going to be depending on the complexity of the topics and the depth we have to go into. So,
thank you, Commissioner. General Counsel.
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner Roy. I just would want to add, we want to make sure that the commissioners have the resources that they need and the expertise that's been developed in the agency. So in other words, that you have access to legal staff and subject matter experts, so that when you are contemplating policy changes, you can make the best recommendations going forward. So to Sean's point, we will try to find synergies where we can and prioritize.
Thank you. I think we're set unless there are other questions or comments. I think we have the next steps, which is, again, commissioners obviously taking their time, speaking with whomever they want to internally and externally, and then meeting with Christine and or Sean to get topics identified and teams and resources and pairings of commissioners identified. That's the next step. So unless there are any other questions or comments, I'd like to suggest that we move on to the next topic, which I'm going to suggest is lunch. Thank you again to Christine and to Sean for your leadership here. To my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for acknowledging that this has taken a while, but while I am impatient by nature, this was absolutely necessary. It's important for all of us to have gotten to a point where we see a path forward that we're comfortable with and are committed to. So while it took a while, it was worth it in my opinion, but thank you for acknowledging that.
It's our job, right?
What, to make my life miserable? I'm sorry.
No. Regulation is our job.
It is indeed. Okay, so it's 12:56. I'm going to suggest that we break till we go and recess until 1:30. Grab some lunch and come back. And my guess is we've got another hour and a half plus or minus. But we'll see. Obviously, we'll let those conversations take as long as they need to get to resolution. But just for planning purposes, my guess is about an hour and a half after lunch. So that's okay with everybody. We're in recess until 1:30. Okay. Take care. welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 1:30. Commissioner Camargo, are you there? Okay, welcome back. Everybody ready to go? Okay, we're back in session at 1:30 p.m. Could we have next slide? So the next topic for commission discussion and votes is guidance on direct and indirect control, and it's actually pretty apropos that it comes right after the conversation we just had about the regulatory process, because in some ways what we've done here is really mirror some of the recommendations, most of the recommendations that Sean and Christine just went through. So this was a project team that was put together at my request to address the issue of direct and indirect control, which is something I'll go into a little more context, but something that's been troubling or been challenging the commission, I think, pretty much from day one. We went into it actually not knowing whether we could address the issue and provide some clarity through guidance or whether we needed regulation. So I think that's something that Sean pointed out was going to be the case. We feel like we did a good job of getting to the point where we think we can provide necessary clarification through guidance, but we went in with that as an open question. We did get early input from public, both by going back to previous comments that we received in previous rounds of regulations, as well as we had a session with several constituents, which I'll describe in a second, to get early input. And the project team was comprised of two commissioners. Commissioner Stebbins kindly volunteered his services to be part of the leadership of this process, and I'm deeply grateful for that, as well as key members of staff. So with that, let me first of all start by just thanking the team. So as I mentioned, Commissioner Stebbins led the effort with me, and I'm grateful for that. The rest of the team was Pauline Wen from legal, as well as Christopher Smith from legal, Catherine Binkowski from our enforcement group, and Matt, and I'm going to get this right this time, Matt Giancola. I just had to take a little aside. For those of you that are not familiar with Bart Giamatti, he's great. He was a great man, a lawyer, and ultimately the commissioner of baseball who died tragically young. Among the other things he did is he threw Pete Rose out of baseball permanently, which is a very controversial thing. And of course, he's the father of the great actor Paul Giamatti. So again, Matt, my apologies for misstating your last name, but I think Commissioner Stebbins was right. Baseball's on my mind today. So let me give a little context for this. The enabling legislation puts ownership caps or limits on the number of licenses any entity or individual can own. And it does it explicitly to ensure that there's room in the industry for small businesses, that the industry would not be dominated by larger players. It's a key part of the legislative intent, and it's something that I think from day one the commission has actively supported. And so that's where this comes from. And what the legislation says is that there are limits on the number of licenses that can be held by a licensee. And so we've gone through multiple rounds of regulations and definitions, starting with defining a licensee, which in the legislation is defined as either an owner or an entity having direct or indirect control. Owner is not as clear as it sounds, so part of our work here was to try to clarify the term owner, but control, both direct and indirect control, is really complex. And while I am not a lawyer, I've spent a lot of time talking to lawyers and researching this. There is no legal definition of what it means to have control, whether direct or indirect. There's no legal definition of what that means. or how do you define it? And so for whatever it's worth, to paraphrase a former commissioner, Commissioner McBride, I've been down this rabbit hole of control for about 4 years, and it was fun in this project to have some company with me down this rabbit hole. And as Commissioner Stebbins can attest, we went down a number of rabbit holes on this, but I think we ended up in a good place. We have, as I said, addressed this in multiple rounds of regulations and continue to tighten it up. But there continue to be questions and requests for clarity, particularly as the industry experiences an increasing wave of mergers and acquisitions and corporate restructurings. It's just become increasingly important to provide as much clarity as we can about this. I want to particularly single out Catherine Binkowski. She in our enforcement group, deals with these every day, where she gets applications for changes of ownership or gets questions from constituents about, well, will this cause me to violate my cap limit? And she's on the front line. And every time we said, okay, here's something we're comfortable with, here's a clarification that we think will help everybody, we asked Catherine, will this help you do your job? Will this make it easier or harder for you? And it was just extraordinarily valuable having her on the team. The process we went through, as I mentioned, we have gotten a lot of feedback in previous rounds of regulations on this topic. And so we went literally back through all of the feedback we had received previously. We met as a team several times, and based upon that feedback and our own thinking, put together some bullet point proposed clarifications around control, both indirect and direct. And then we convened a working group, people who had commented or asked questions or raised issues with this topic in the past. And the entire team sat in a 3-hour meeting that I think was attended by more lawyers than I've ever been with at one point in time in my life. I think I lost count, but there probably were 30 lawyers in the room at the same time, and you can all guess what that was like. But it was valuable. We convened that working group. We have developed a draft, which is up for commission discussion and vote today, a draft guidance document on control and both direct and indirect. And presuming the commission is comfortable with this draft and votes to approve this draft, the plan going forward would be to put it out to public comment. If we approve it today, the plan would be to put it out for public comment for a period starting on Monday, April 11th through May 2nd. And based upon whatever comments we receive from that process, to reconvene as a group, make whatever changes we think are appropriate or necessary, develop a final draft and bring it back to the commission for final discussion and vote in June, in our June public meeting. So that's where we are. I want to give Commissioner Stebbins a chance just to weigh in. Again, my deep gratitude. He didn't have to do this, and I really am grateful that he volunteered to jump into this to provide leadership and support and expertise. So, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wait a minute, I had a choice in doing this? No, I won't reiterate a lot of the great things you just said about the need for it and the process we undertook. I couldn't be more happy to work with you, Mr. Chair, and the great team that was organized to work on this topic. We're trying to give some clarity, as you pointed out, in the licensing process. We're trying to make sure that there's the ownership cap, which we need to be mindful of. Also making sure that some of these benefits of a social equity applicant aren't passed along. So there were a lot of great questions. The one that close associate, we did a lot of work on to try to dig into that, trying to find individuals in the different structures as we're seeing them that have some type of veto control or veto power over some of the decisions being made. And I think with Pauline and Christopher's voice from legal, I still think we have some flexibility to kind of use the authority to look at each new example or each new scenario as we see fit. And I think that was something that Catherine kind of referenced, just having the authority to be able to do that was also helpful. So thanks to the team, Mr. Chair, thanks for your leadership. And I think what we have ready to go for public comment is a good product.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm more than happy, as I'm sure as Commissioner Stebbins, to answer any questions or address any concerns that my fellow commissioners might have. Are there comments or questions? Commissioner Camargo.
Sure. Just a comment. First of all, thank you and good job. I think this is needed in the industry right now, this guidance document. But I'm excited that we're going to send this out to public comment. We are regulators. We're not business owners. We're not on the front lines every day dealing with these issues. So I encourage the public to engage in this public comment period, because I think it's going to help us as regulators a lot more. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. Thank you for those comments. I think you're absolutely right. And just to assuage any concerns you might have, I don't think we're going to have any shortage of comments. I think there are going to be a lot of people that weigh in on this. But thank you for reaching out and asking for those that input. Appreciate that. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you and Commissioner Stebbins and the whole working group for going down this rabbit hole because we get more and more changes of ownership that we need to approve as a commission, and I read them thoroughly, and they can be quite convoluted and complicated with grandparent and parent companies and holding companies. And so I want to thank you for this clarification, and also you know, to make our licensees aware to be mindful of predatory lenders. As you've stated so eloquently in the past. So I want to just thank you for your efforts around this.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other comments or questions? Then Commissioner Stebbins, would you care to make a motion to approve this and to approve the draft and begin the public comment period?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next topic is an update on legislative outreach. Before we let Matt go through his materials, I think that there's some introductory comments that both Commissioner Concepcion and I would like to make. So if you wouldn't mind going ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Chairman. First off, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So I want to start off this discussion by first breaking down our legislative and executive branch outreach strategy that was developed by the chair and myself. And explain the intention behind it. I know I've noted this in the past, both when I first introduced this in August and when we've had some conversations about some of the policy considerations and priorities that we have here as commissioners. We're responsible for a large, thriving industry here in the Commonwealth. In fact, we are quickly approaching the $3 billion mark, and we're the experts. And as such, we are a vital resource for really any stakeholder who's working within the cannabis space, in particular lawmakers. As evidenced by some of our comments at the beginning of today's meeting, we are commonly at the center of a lot of discussions that happen and continue to happen at the State House. However, prior to this agreed on policy, we didn't have a process for providing an official commission position where all 5 commissioners agree on legislative matters or, opine on the legislative matters concerning our work here. So just as a reminder, what this outreach strategy does is it creates a process for us to discuss legislative matters and vote on whether to take any action. It gives each commissioner an opportunity to voice their support on the record, and it provides clarity, at least we hope, and it seems to provide clarity to the legislature and to the public on the commission's official position. Our goal, and our goal continues to be, is that we're collaborative because we recognize that we implement the law, we don't make it. And as the chair mentioned in his opening comments, this strategy works, but it can only continue to work and be effective if we all work within its parameters that we agreed on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And so let me just pick up on those comments. I certainly agree with everything that Commissioner Concepcion said. I absolutely believe that this has been effective. I want to thank all the commissioners who have been part of this, and Matt for his leadership and coordination on this. It has been effective. You know, I'm going to be very careful again. We're not done. We're not declared victory. We've got a long ways to go, but it has been effective. But like all new initiatives, we're learning and we need to adapt as we continue to execute on this policy. And there have been, in my opinion, a couple of blips along the way. We've occasionally stepped on each other's toes. We have had occasional breakdowns in coordination and communication. So, for instance, some of us had gone into meetings and with a legislator and found out that one of our colleagues had been there the day before. Oftentimes we overload and pile on a particular legislature, and they have 5 different requests from 5 different commissioners for meetings. Occasionally our messages are not aligned, and I want to underscore that all 5 of us have been on both sides of that, and B, this is not something that happens every day, but it's happened enough that it seems like it's worthy of addressing now. I think it's important to fix. I think it's important for the credibility of the agency. I think it's important to ensure that we continue to be effective as possible in our outreach. And so Commissioner Concepcion and myself reached out to the executive director, and we convened a working team, just a one-day working team, if you will, of Commissioner Concepcion, myself, Matt, the executive director, Cedric, and I'm trying to remember, am I missing anybody there? In any case, we sat down and talked about how we can continue to make this as effective as possible, and to ensure that we are coordinating and communicating as much as possible. I want to thank Matt for leaving that meeting and trying to put pen to paper on how we could adapt and improve the process to avoid these kind of occasional blips. So Matt, let me turn it over to you if I could.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Concepcion, for your remarks and for your leadership in developing the Commission's legislative and executive branch outreach policy. And thanks to all commissioners for your work on this important topic. I'm going to offer a very brief recap of the Commission's work over the last 8 months since the policy was adopted. So far, the Commission has approved 3 statements of Commission policy. The first was the endorsement of the creation of a social equity loan fund consisting of a public and private funds that offers a low or no interest loans or grants to equity applicants. The second approved policy is in regards to updating the Commonwealth's OUI statutes and ensuring equal enforcement of the law, racial and gender demographic data collection on that enforcement, and the need for scientific advances in technology that would assess active THC impairment. The third approved statement of Commission policy asks the legislature for a technical fix to the social consumption law that would allow municipalities to opt into that license type. In these last 8 months, all commissioners have engaged with members of the House and Senate, administration, and municipal officials throughout the Commonwealth on these topics. These conversations have led to increased understanding of the Commission's licensing and compliance process, our mission, and the important updates needed from policymakers for us to meet our statutory obligations. Next slide, please. Today is, of course, a very busy day for the Commission. The Massachusetts Senate is currently debating a bill focused on a variety of cannabis-related issues, many of which the Commission has weighed in on, with letters, meetings, and media interviews. As the legislature continues to think through these and other policies, and mindful of the waning legislative calendar, it's important to pivot to a more agile, proactive outreach strategy to maximize commissioners and legislators' busy schedules. In the coming days, staff will share a schedule for all interested commissioners to participate in calls or meetings with legislators to share the Commission's approved policy perspectives and the insights we receive from our constituents. This project will comply with the open meeting law, and we will aim to include up to 2 commissioners per engagement. Unfortunately, not every commissioner will be able to join each call, so we respectfully request the ability to limit meetings where needed to 2 commissioners so that we are not overly taxing individual legislators' schedules. Of course, every opportunity will be made to plug commissioners in to their preferred engagement activities. Time is of the essence. The legislative calendar concludes formal sessions on July 31st. and it is my hope that the Commission can maximize its subject matter expertise to share our perspectives with legislators as they work through critical policy choices. In accordance with the legislative and executive branch policy approved last August, and especially because of the nature of the remaining legislative year, I would also respectfully ask for your help in keeping track of Commission engagements. Please share any planned meetings you may have with legislative and executive branch officials with myself prior to holding them, so that we can ensure that you have all the necessary resources and prep that you may need, or so that we can follow up in a timely manner with helpful information for the official. Thank you again to all the commissioners for your thoughtful and committed work over these last 8 months to ensure policymakers around the Commonwealth have the tools they need to create effective laws, and for your assistance in closing out this legislative session. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Really appreciate that. I fully support what Matt just said, but I certainly want to open up for conversation and discussion to my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Commissioner Concepcion. Thanks, Matt. First of all, I think we all endorsed this outreach strategy. As a regulator, I firmly believe that when we see some intended outcomes of the statute not being met, that we have a right and a responsibility to bring attention to those issues and put them in front of the policymakers, as we've done, to, again, allow them the opportunity to make corrections as they see fit. As Matt pointed out, we took three positions on critical issues, again, that we see as something that is impacting the industry and impacting our licensees and our communities. So I think the process has worked. I've also kind of joked with Matt that we kind of came at this at a time of a perfect storm, in terms of the legislative calendar, terms of when we approved this new approach. And obviously that has created a lot of extra work for him. It has created a lot of extra work for our team, but I think we've adopted the right approach. We need to abide by the policy that we all agree to. And I just want to say, again, thanks to the chair and Commissioner Concepcion for leading this new initiative, and Matt, because you're our strategist and our point person really for prioritizing and deploying each commissioner and where we feel we can be impactful. So I thank you for that work as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other comments or questions? Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you and Commissioner Concepcion for all your hard work. And as I said in my opening comments, I want to thank everybody for their robust outreach. I think we really hit the ground running, and now we're just fine tuning our approach. And as we pivot to regulatory review, this is very salient, and it's important for us as regulators to keep the lines of communication open with the legislature as we do approach the regulations, and some of what we may get back from them will force us to address the regs. So we will continue this, I'm sure, as we begin this new process of regulatory review. So thank you all for all your hard work.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other comments or questions? Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Matt, if you don't mind, there's a bullet point here on this slide. I just want you to expand a little bit on that, about the prior notice and what's the best way to go forward if you want to hold a meeting, have a discussion with any sort of members of the legislature or the executive branch.
Yeah, absolutely. So, oftentimes legislators and other officials will proactively reach out to us because we do have that subject matter expertise. And when they do, I and other members of the staff would be more than happy to work with you to get onto your calendar earlier than that meeting to make sure that you have all the necessary data and information that would be helpful for you. It also allows us to track the individual meetings that are being held throughout the commission and amongst the commissioners. The open meeting law is an incredibly important piece of transparent government, but it does create some logistical challenges. So, being the conductor, if you will, of collecting that data and collecting those meeting requests would be really helpful to me and to ensuring that all commissioners are equally informed of the work that we are doing here at the agency.
Commissioner, hold on one sec, Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Concepcion, did that satisfy your request? Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Commissioner Roy, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to piggyback on Commissioner Concepcion's question on that bullet. So when we let you know about our appointments in advance, do the other commissioners know? In other words, like I find out about the other commissioners' meetings at a public meeting when we get the agenda. So will we know, will there be a schedule that we all can see, that we know like beforehand, or we find out as commissioners of the other meetings after the fact?
Yeah, so right now we offer the notice to commissioners at each monthly public meeting. So generally speaking, that would be after the fact. But in some ways, leading up to the meeting, it might be most important for the commissioner themselves that is attending that meeting to offer that information to my department, just so that we can offer any potential information that you may need. You know, we want to be a resource to you as you go into those meetings and have those calls. So anything that I can do to make that meeting go successfully, that's really important to me. Yeah.
But so will we know about the meetings ahead of time? We won't. I just want clarification on that.
Right. Hold on one sec before you go, Matt. Commissioner Concepcion, do you have a response for Commissioner Roy?
I do, and I just want to clarify, because Matt, your statement is a little bit, the policy is that we rely on Matt and the government affairs team. I know it's a team of one for now, but it's expanding. For this reason, it's important that we all communicate with him and that department so that we're not overlapping each other or giving differing opinions or different information. So I think that's a component of why we're having this discussion today, to make sure that we get it right. And as we go forward, we don't sort of run into that same complication. And we all know that open meeting law, it limits a lot of our communications amongst each other, but the staff here are able to make sure that, let's say that we have conflicting requests, even if they're not able to say who the request is from or sort of the background behind it, they can serve the purpose of making sure the coordination doesn't conflict with one another, if that makes sense.
Commissioner Roy?
Okay, so just for the record, so we don't know about each other's meetings till after the fact.
I guess, look, can I just ask, this might be an uninformed question.
Yeah.
Why I can understand that, it would just put an undue burden onto Matt and his team to,
Right.
Produce a weekly or daily cheat sheet. But if, I'll just use myself as an example, if I request a meeting with Senator so-and-so, I certainly would expect, and Matt, I hope you'd agree with this, that Matt would say, well, do you know that Commissioner Roy just met with him 2 days ago? Or do you know that Commissioner Roy also asked for a meeting with him? Would you like to partner with Commissioner Roy? So that proactive management, I think, is absolutely part of what Matt's proposing here. I hope that's right, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. I think part of that prep would involve being able to share that sort of feedback, that sort of knowledge with the commissioner, so that they're armed with all of the information that they need heading into an engagement, especially if an outside official proactively reaches out to us. We want to make sure that you go into that meeting with everything we can possibly supply you with.
Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you, Chairman. Matt, Commissioner Concepcion, and Chairman, thank you for putting this back in play. The reality here is that there's 5 commissioners. Sometimes we communicate with each other, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we keep our businesses to ourselves, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we're doing our own thing and we're advocating, and it would be good to know individually who's advocating for what, right? So I think, at least for me personally, I reach out to Matt and say, hey, Matt, I'm doing this meeting. Make sure that you let the other commissioners know that I'm going to try to have this meeting, right? So I think it's the reality of the commission. It's also just how we function, right? We're all from different parties. We're all in different seats. We all have our own projects and our own agendas. And I think creating this process is going to just allow, or I guess strengthening this process is just going to allow us to know what we're advocating for whether on a local level, or at a state house level or at a national level, right? And I think it's also, and I've had this conversation with Matt, we sort of wait till the public meeting to sort of read his memo in terms of who's meeting with who. And I think we just have to find a way to communicate. But I think even amongst ourselves, right? Like, let's not fake the funk here. Like, we got to talk a little bit more to each other. And if there's some stuff that we don't want to tell each other as commissioners, that if I'm working on something and I don't want to tell you all, then I'm going to tell Matt, hey, Matt, I'm working on this. Do whatever you need to do with this information. But that's the reality. We're 5 different commissioners. We have agendas, and we're trying to push all our stuff to the top. So I think there's only one state house. And I think that we just need to make sure that, this is in play correctly so that we're not tripping over each other, but also not draining one pot of funding for another pot of funding, right? So I appreciate the conversation. I think the hard part about this is that, one, we're in public, but it is what it is. This is part of our job. And 2, this is the only time that we come together as 5 commissioners to be able to talk. So we just got to get better at communication. And, if you want to give up information of what you're working on, great. Hopefully we can, so that we know what we're doing.
Yeah, I think we're overcomplicating this a little, maybe in my opinion. I agree with what you just said, Commissioner Camargo. I think I'm looking for 2 things to happen here. One is I'm looking for each of us to let Matt know what we're doing. Just as a rule of the road, let Matt know what you're doing when you're having meetings, or if you want to have a meeting, request it through Matt, or at least let Matt know that you're going to request a meeting. And 2, we're asking Matt, and I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Concepcion, that he is a Department of One, but we're working on it. But to ask Matt to play the coordinating role, because we can't talk, all 5 of us, except in public meetings, to ask Matt to play the coordinating role. And again, let me know if I've asked for a meeting that Commissioner Roy just had a meeting with that legislator last week, or that she's also asked for a meeting, and say, why don't you work together? And also, it's not just with whom we're all meeting that we want Matt to be kind of the coordinating person, but also topics. So again, we can kind of assure consistent, to your point, Commissioner Camargo, we can assure consistency message. So I think that rather than rely on a monthly report that Matt puts together and we review before these public meetings, Matt's just I'm sorry, this is a bad analogy. I apologize if you're offended, Matt, but you're the traffic cop. And you just make sure that we all know what each other doing, and we're not running through, to extend this absurd metaphor, we're not running through stop signs and hitting each other. So I think it's that simple, which is a mutual commitment from each of us to ourselves, to one another, and to Matt, that we're going to work through him when we have these meetings, and be the explicit expectation that we're asking Matt to step up to, which is to help us be coordinated and not get in each other's ways, and not stepping on each other's toes. It's literally, in my opinion, that simple. Commissioner Concepcion.
Very quick comment. I just want to add, it's a recommitment. This was already the agreed on policy. It was about that advanced notification and making sure that Matt is in the loop.
Yeah,
So,
no, thank you. I appreciate that. That's other comments or questions? Matt, does this give you what you need to do your job and not pull your hair out?
I believe it does, sir. Thank you.
Okay, again, once again, I don't think there is a motion necessary here. This is something we've already agreed on, and to Commissioner Concepcion, your very valid point, we're just recommitting to do what we've already agreed to do. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so Commissioner Concepcion and I are teaming up on this one again, but we're teaming up in a different order. I'm going to go first, and then she's going to go second on this one. So this is about governance, and I'll give you kind of a heads up. All we're asking for today, at the end of this discussion, all we're asking for today is for the commission to take a vote to allow us to participate at some future point in a mediation session regarding governance. So that's literally the only ask that we've got today. But to get to that point, I think some context is probably necessary. So let me start with the context, and then Commissioner Concepcion is going to talk about the specific approach that we think makes the most sense. So, there's a metaphor that I've used that has been used multiple times inside and outside of the agency over the years, which is that we're flying a plane while we're building it. And I think that's actually, hopefully, to Commissioner Camargo's point earlier today, we are no longer a startup, we're now maturing. But for the first couple of years, the agency, I think that was a very apt metaphor. I've said many times that even though that is a true metaphor, I'm still proud. We've done well. I mean, we've managed to somehow keep this plane up in the air while we're building it. And, we've built a strong set of regulations, as we talked about earlier today. We have a thriving industry that we've built up. And we built a remarkable agency with just an extraordinary, talented group of people in it. So while we're flying the plane and trying to build it at the same time, we have managed, I think, to do our job and do it well. I think along the way, we have evolved in an effective governance structure. And just to define governance, at least as I think about it in this context, it is policy versus implementation, and what are the decision-making rights of the commission, what are the decision-making rights of staff, particularly as led by the executive director, where's their overlap, where are the lines between policy and implementation. And I think we've done a pretty good job of evolving into an effective governance structure using that definition in terms of, of how it relates to shared responsibilities, but a lot of it's been implicit. There's some explicit things we've done. As just one example, a long time ago, the commission explicitly gave the executive director the right to approve changes of address for existing licensees without having to come to the commission for approval. I think that made sense if you guys had seen some of our earlier meetings. As bad as it feels now in terms of the number of licenses and changes we had to process, it was far greater when we had changes of address on the agenda as well. We decided to explicitly delegate that responsibility to the executive director, and I think it was a good decision. It's an example where we explicitly addressed governance issues. But there have been a lot of other things that are just implicit, that just have never really been documented or explicitly discussed. And I want to reiterate, it's working well. There is no burning bridge here. There are no blowups, but it is timely and appropriate, in my opinion, to document and make what is implicit explicit in terms of governance, in terms of shared responsibilities between the commission and then the staff as led by the executive director. Not only is it timely and appropriate, it's just good practice for not just our organization, but all organizations to have explicit agreements on governance. And we think, I think, and Commissioner Concepcion, I believe, agrees with me, we think it's an appropriate and necessary step to do at this time. We also think that to ensure that there's a common ground, that there's no misunderstandings or misalignment, that a mediated session is the right way to do that, and a necessary way to do that. We are very cognizant of and completely committed to observe the open meeting law. And so we have been trying to find a way to accomplish what I think is an absolutely necessary step in terms of documenting governance in adherence to the open meeting law. And I think that's probably the time for me to turn this over to Commissioner Concepcion, who's going to talk about the process that we think will work going forward. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be brief and hopefully concise in just explaining the overall approach and process, why it makes sense, and what we're seeking to accomplish at today's meeting. So we recently surpassed the 5-year mark. And at this point in the commission's maturity, it's only logical that we evaluate.
Wait, you said 5 years?
5 years.
Then my term's over.
No,
we're not there yet.
Wait a minute, not 5 years for the commission, 5 years for the industry. Let me correct myself. But good catch. So we surpassed that 5-year mark. But at that point in the industry, and for the commission's maturity as well, it's only logical that we evaluate our governance structure to both solidify and refine the agency. And as we continue to build and develop, it's important that we are all mindful and thoughtful so that we ensure that this agency remains efficient and responsive. And my hope, which is probably wishful thinking, is that the commission revisits this process again, maybe at the 10-year mark, 15-year mark, and so on and so forth. But to comply with open meeting law, we're proposing that we vote today to allow for future executive sessions on this matter in the future.
Questions or comments? Thank you, Commissioner. Questions or comments? Commissioner Stebbins.
No, I just want to thank again, both you and Commissioner Concepcion for thinking this through. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think it's a good step forward, as you both pointed out, kind of at this point in the life of the commission, and I agree with the approach.
Thank you, and you just prompted me, Commissioner Stebbins. So thank you for your kind words about Commissioner Concepcion and myself, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention the other people that have been involved in helping us think this through, which includes the Executive Director, our Chief Operating Officer, Alyssa Stack. Let's see, who else? Oh, Yao GB, our Chief of Enforcement and Licensing, and
Adriana.
Pauline Glenn from Legal.
And-
Who did I miss? Did I miss anybody?
What? Adriana. Why am I?
I don't.
It's a different working group. I take it back.
A lot of working groups going on here. Anyway, I just thank you guys all for that. So again, just to be explicit, I have some motion language which I'll read in a second that literally does exactly what Commissioner Concepcion just said, which is just says that we will participate at some future time in a mediation session around governance. And we will do that in executive session.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
I just got a clarification that Adriana was on the PMG.
Adriana, my deepest apologies. I'm sorry. Are there any other questions before I read? I'll make the motion actually and ask Commissioner Concepcion to second it, unless there are other questions or comments. Then I make the following motion. I move to have the commission participate in mediation between the commissioners and staff leadership for the purposes of finding common ground and obtaining buy-in from all parties in our efforts to establish a durable and effective governance structure. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Chairman Hoffman, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye, and a
Thank
rest
you.
break.
Okay, as soon as we're done, absolutely. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. We have one more agenda item, but let's take a 5-minute break. Going to be enough? Okay, so we are on recess until 2:15. You okay, Commissioner Camargo?
Yes, thank you so much.
Sure. And you never have to twist my arm to get me to take a break.
No, I know. We just got to get a hold of you like this.
It looks like we have a new Supreme Court justice.
Oh, do we? What was the vote?
Well, we're waiting on
53-47?
53.
53-47?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, that's a gigantic milestone, obviously.
Yeah. What a crazy day.
Yeah, it's amazing. I just so many things. And by the way, for those of you that are interested, well, no, I won't say it in case people have taped the tournament. I was going to tell you how Tiger was doing, but I won't.
I'm also very impressed how we are multitasking on Tiger Woods and all kinds of other stuff. Because I was watching the Senate hearings as well, so I
was not watching. You had my full attention, but while I was gobbling down my lunch, I did go on to ESPN.com to check out the scores of the golf tournament.
Me too. I should have said that during my lunchtime.
Okay, we're back in session at 2:15. The next and last agenda item is a closeout of calendar year 2021 Executive Director Performance Review. Once again, Sean, I just wanted to thank you for your graciousness in what I'm sure is a strange and unusual process in terms of having your performance review discussed in public. So thank you for your support and graciousness. And thanks to Commissioner Stebbins for stepping up and taking leadership on this topic and working with our Chief People Officer and I think making some substantive changes and improvements in the process. So with that, let me turn it over to you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully you'll permit me to again, kind of provide an overview and make some remarks, and then we can get into the heart of the discussion. First of all, I do want to, as you just pointed out, I want to thank the Commission's Chief People Officer, Erica White, and our COO, Alyssa Stack, for their help as we structured this new process for evaluating the Executive Director. I also want to express my thanks to the Executive Director. This is an open process and one for a very unique position in state government, and his openness and willingness to participate in the process, I think, offers just some insight on the leadership he continues to provide the Commission. This position is unique, not common among all agencies of the Commonwealth. This position is spelled out in statute and reports to 5 full-time bosses, so you can imagine how challenging that might be. I appreciate the support and patience of my colleagues as we've discussed and created this new performance review process. I believe that this process begins to align itself with the performance management system being rolled out this year for the entire team. And I think it strengthens the elements of transparency for the Commission. It also provides the opportunity for the ED to provide feedback and ask questions and see the comments and suggestions from all commissioners. Just as a reminder, going forward, this review looked at the Executive Director's record on meeting his 2021 goals. As you know, we've reviewed and approved a set of goals for 2022 that reflect what I think is the broader direction and mission of the Commission. The ED's role in that and how these goals can flow through the work of each member of the Commission team. The ED will provide a mid-year review of this progress at a public meeting. And again, I encourage each of us, when we're having our check-ins with the Executive Director, to get updates during your check-ins to see how he's progressing on each goal. I don't think we want to find ourselves at the end of the year thinking, oh, we had that great conversation back in June. I can't remember what he said. So that's all helpful to the review process also as we go forward. But as I mentioned, this year is a transition year in some respect. We have used a tool from the previous reviews as we didn't want to introduce a new tool at this time. Our plan does remain to present a new tool for the Commission's consideration. So just to review the process we approved at the end of last year, each commissioner was asked to complete a performance review, provide those to the Chief People Officer. That feedback was compiled into one document and the feedback provided without any attribution. The document was shared with the Executive Director prior to our meeting with him, so he had a chance to review it, digest it. And so by the time the CPO and myself sat down to review those results, we had a chance to accept any feedback the ED wish to provide, answer any questions he might have a discussion about salary consideration, and allow the ED to provide his comments directly to the commissioners in the response section. I thank him for his openness again and honesty in that discussion. You see his comments, responses, and other statements that he wanted to make in the reply section. And again, after all this discussion, an executive summary was prepared and has been shared with each of you. So our discussion here today, I'd like to keep it focused on feedback questions you might have about the process or suggestions going forward. Our Chief People Officer is available as well to answer any questions. We should also make a decision with respect to the salary consideration that was included in the executive summary. So again, thanks to the Executive Director, thanks to all of you, our Chief People Officer and COO, for helping to move this process forward. Happy to open up the discussion. I do, want to give the opportunity for our Executive Director to make any comments he may choose to make at this time.
Yeah, can I, before we do that, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Before you go, Sean, can I suggest that we bifurcate the conversation and leave salary to the last, and have conversation or questions with respect to the process of the performance review, and then we'll get into salary at the end, if that's okay.
Sure.
So sorry for that interruption, Mr. Executive Director. Anything you'd like to say at this time?
Thank you. Just to echo the sentiments of Commissioner Stebbins, this has been a process for sure. It is something that I realized during my interview process. This is a unique role as far as being subject to not only a public interview, but also public feedback on my performance at said interview. And as I have noted several times,
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing in recollection of how bizarre that was, but go ahead.
Yeah, I learned a lot about myself in that exercise, and have frankly spent the time since then, I think, understanding that I do serve in a position of public trust and certainly occupy a public office, and respect and appreciate what comes along with that, both pros and cons. And I think obviously having any public body discuss your performance in public does bring with it a lot of potential anxiety and things like that. At the same time, I stand by the work that certainly I have done, but also on behalf of the team that we've built here. And I frankly am in a position of privilege of being able to take a lot of credit for that work that frankly is deserved by the team themselves and the work that they put in on a day in, day out basis. So just to offer some feedback as far as the performance evaluation itself, first is I thank you. I've heard and accept the feedback, and I think a lot of it is certainly positive, and those elements that are constructive are things I will continue to take to heart and continue to work on and endeavor to perform better each and every year for you, but also for the staff that I have the privilege of representing before you today. So this is and continues to be a great honor of mine to serve in this capacity. I'm grateful for the opportunity. I also realize that I'm the first one to occupy my role, and that comes with both opportunities and challenges. And I hope that I can continue to do it justice and leave it in I'm going to automatically leave it in a better place than I found it, because there wasn't one before. At the same time, I want to make sure that this agency continues to be built in a model that is modern government, successful government, innovative government, and ultimately one that represents the constituency that we're all here to serve. So just thank you. And substantively, I think my response, I'll let that speak for itself. And just grateful for the chance to be evaluated and get the feedback. So thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for your graciousness. Are there other comments or questions for Commissioner Stebbins or for the Executive Director? Okay, well, I think if I could say this, Commissioner Stebbins, it's a testimonial to the quality of both the design of the process as well as the execution of the process that you both heard Sean's eloquent remarks about accepting and appreciating the process, as well as the fact that you're not hearing from other commissioners with any concerns. So to me, that's testimonial to the fact that between yourself and our COO and CPO, this has been a very effective process, and I'm grateful for that. Commissioner Stebbins, would you care to lead the conversation with respect to compensation?
Sure. As you will, all of you will note, the executive summary that was provided when during the course of our meeting, our conversation shifted to salary consideration. Two facts emerge. The executive director stepped up and offered at the start of the conversation, offered to not accept a salary increase at this time. So that is included in the executive summary. We did point out to him that the score, kind of the ranking in the performance review, again, which was very strong, mirrored the success that he had in 2020. And that, for his performance in 2020, this commission last year approved a 3% salary increase. So in terms of his 2021 performance, it would make him eligible for a 2 to 3% increase if that's what we chose to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'm going to ask everybody, obviously, to weigh in on this, but I hope I'm not putting you too much on the spot, Commissioner Stebbins. Do you have a recommendation to make?
Well, it was an interesting discussion. Again, I appreciate the executive director's leadership to step forward and make that offer. Again, this is kind of a merit-based review, and I certainly won't speak for him, but certainly we're in the process this year of having the first type of merit-based pay review with the rest of the team. Again, he's offering not to accept a salary increase at this time. I'm more than willing to kind of accept his offer, but at the same time, this is our decision as a body to make.
Thank you. Other commissioners, any comments or suggestions, thoughts on this? Commissioner Roy.
I just want to thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Great work again. You help in so many ways in so many different areas of the commission. And, to your point about the compensation, I appreciate the executive director's modesty in this and willingness to forego a raise. And it is a meritocracy and based on merit. So if my fellow commissioners are so inclined, I would support a pay increase for you, even though you declined it. I'm just saying if there is consensus among the group, you earned it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other comments? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah. Second. Commissioner Stebbins, thank you so much for going through this process, Commissioner, or not Commissioner, Chief People Officer, Erica White as well. Sean, you and I, Mr. Executive Director, you and I have had numerous conversations and, really looking forward to all the work that we're doing here at the commission. I applaud you for thinking through this process and pausing on your salary. And I think that, we always say this, we have an amazing team at the commission. There's so much work to be done. I know that we're currently working on a job classification and compensation study, right? Something that is very important to our staff, I think, and to the future of the agency, right? So I'm inclined to support you in terms of your decision. And obviously, we've all earned a lot of stuff, right? But I think that you stand with your team and it says a lot about you and the process right now. So I'm inclined to support you on that process of declining your salary increase.
Thank you. Can I put you on the spot, Commissioner Concepcion?
Sure. First, Mr. Executive Director, I want to thank you because you and I have also had conversations around your decision, sort of some background and context around your thinking. And I'm also inclined to support your decision as well. I think that you have done a great deal to move this commission forward. And you have really good instincts and a good idea of consideration went into this decision. So I do want to support you in that.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I agree with Commissioners Concepcion and Camargo, and I guess Commissioner Stebbins, and support your request, Mr. Executive Director. I think I know where it's coming from, and I am deeply grateful for your thoughtfulness on this topic, which comes with obviously a personal consequence. So I'm grateful to you. I think it is the right decision. I would like to just add that I reserve the right, and I think the commission should reserve the right to revisit this. I know we're going through a formal job classification study. I know we're considering merit increases across the board as part of that, for our staff. To the extent that we take action for the remainder of the staff, at whatever point that is, my request is that the commission reconsider this decision at that point in time. Does that make sense to everybody?
It does.
Yes, perfect.
Commissioner Camargo or Concepcion, any concerns about that? I mean, again, I'm not committing us to anything other than just saying we should have another conversation at that point in time, and we should reconsider, and maybe we'll just come to the same decision we just came to now. But I think it should be something that we commit to reconsider at an appropriate time.
That makes sense.
Commissioner Camargo, you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think through the process, but I want to make sure we're not committing. We're not committing, right? We're coming back at some point to.
We're not committing to anything other than coming back to discuss it.
That's fine.
Okay. Sean, you okay with that?
Of course. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Well, since we're not doing anything here, I don't know that we need a motion. So I think we can close this topic with, again, thanks to Commissioner Stebbins for his leadership, and thanks to the Executive Director for everything, but including his graciousness on this topic.
And for Commissioner,
go ahead.
Chairman, I was going to say, and Sean, Mr. Executive Director, for dealing with 5 commissioners with 5 different personalities and agendas.
Not to mention very strong-willed 5 individual commissioners.
Pleasure's all mine.
I am not aware of any other topics that came up after we published the agenda. So let's go through the next meeting dates. Our next public meeting is on May 12th. Again, it will be remote. My understanding is that the current status of legislation with respect to public body meetings is that through July, we can continue if we so choose to meet remotely. So we will meet remotely on May 12th. Upcoming meetings beyond that, again, are for your planning purposes, but are tentative and subject to change. So you can see them on this calendar. There being no further business before the commission, I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, you won that one. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman. We are adjourned as of 2:33 p.m. Thank you. Be safe and go Red Sox.
Thank you.
How about go Chairman, how about go Senate? Go Senate.
That's more controversial than saying go Red Sox.
Chairman, unless the Red Sox Foundation is planning to open a social equity fund, it's about
Commissioner Camargo, you know what's going to happen? You and me are going to go meet with them.
Okay.
I'll get you. I will get us that meeting.
Okay. Bye, Chairman. Bye, everybody. Bye, Commissioners.
Have a great day.